what we are going to be discussing tonight. And it is an opportunity for Biafrans all over the world to open their ears and listen to questions and answers that are going to be very, very useful for their mindset, for their opinion molding, and for every other thing concerning Biafra restoration struggle. Because here we speak the truth without fear or favor. We remain whiter than white and whiter than snow. Our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has shown us the way. He has taught us how to be effective in whatever we are doing. I want to use the opportunity to pray for him, because without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we wouldn't have been where we are today, because Biafra is going home thanks to him and his sacrifices and the divine calling that he heeded to. We want to pray that Nnamdi Kanu, wherever he is now, may Chukwu Kabiyama surround him with holy angels, protect him against all harm, against the machination of the enemies. It is a very tough time, but wherever he is, we know that he is protected. He is under the shelter of the mighty one who has called him to do this work. Remember what he said, that a true freedom fighter is either in exile, in prison, or in the grave. So where he is today is where a freedom fighter must be, but he's not going to stay there any longer, because Chukwu Kabiyama the needful to ensure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu regains his freedom in no distant time, because Biafra is a spirit and Biafra must come. Thank you, Mazi. All right. Biafra.
Thank you very much, Mazi Abanyim, and thank you for that wonderful prayer for our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And of course, if you are joining us right now, it is constructive argument. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, let's get straight to it. And I would like to inform our listeners all around the world that this program is unorthodox. Our questions are not programmed. And of course, even our guest this evening did not actually tell me what to ask him. I decide the question. And of course, he has nothing to hide. And of course, he just have to answer to the best of his knowledge and ability. Mazi Abani, tell me, is the DOS in crisis? And is IPOB falling apart? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mazi Onoha, for that question. I have said this time without number that IPOB is built on a solid rock. It's a rock, not even an ordinary rock, it's a divine rock. Because what we are doing is divinely ordained. The Biafra Restoration Project is not ordinary. It's not carnal. It is divine, and it's spiritual. It's a spiritual movement. So, as you have seen, we have 4 pillars. What I can describe as 4 pillars that is holding IPOB. That is our Directorate of State. That is the DOS. We have our media, which is Radio Biafra, Biafra TV, and all the media outlets we have. Our finance and the ESN, the Eastern Security Network. This is the 4 pillars that we have that is carrying this struggle to where we are today. And all these pillars have been shaken since the kidnap and the extraordinary rendition of our leader from Kenya to the zoo called Nigeria. These 4 pillars have been shaken by those who conspired to betray our leader. They were the ones who started attacking and making sure that this particular struggle will collapse so that they can do whatever they want with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But little did they know that this struggle is spiritually ordained. Nnamdi Kanu is not an ordinary human being. You can't kill him, because he who called him is greater than every other person who are against him. And he has called us to do this work. Even when he was here and in his absence, our duties are divided. Everyone knows what to do. Mazi Chinedu is a one of a kind. Nnamdi Kanu, in his wisdom, made him the head of the Directorate of State. And since after the abduction and the kidnap of our leader, Mazi Chinedu has been doing extremely well to make sure that this struggle remains afloat. And all the members of DOS, we are working in tandem, everyone in his field, everyone in his jurisdiction, to ensure that the Biafra Restoration Project remains intact, remains successful, and remains steadfast. And our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, must be released. That is our own short-term goal at the moment. And we are about to choose that goal in no distant time. So the IPOB as a movement has no crisis. But the enemies have been, paid by our enemies. They have paid the infiltrators to come into the struggle, to join the struggle, and to ensure that they destroy us from within. That is what was going on for the last 11 months now. Although they came in the year 2020, 2021, that's when those COVID, what we would describe as COVID.
Mazi, please, Mazi,
yes.
Hold on. Before you go into that, because there is a reason why I ask you that question. Now, since you want to go into in-depth explanation, let me throw this one in. The reason why I ask you that question is because there seems to be an understanding that there is a kind of a parallel, a structure whereby others are given in Biafra land, others are given in Europe. Talk to me about the autopilot in Europe. Now, we're going to call a spade a spade. Talk to me about the autopilot in Europe. I believe you are knowledgeable about this, the whole event, of course, from the onset. What do you know? Can you set the record straight? Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi. The three questions I think they are interconnected.
Absolutely.
Like you just noticed. I cannot answer that the DOS is not in crisis and the IPOB is not falling apart without mentioning these facts. The attacks we are getting from left, right, and center, from those who call themselves autopiloters or infiltrators. It is very obvious, although we didn't know that, but in retrospect, we are now seeing what has happened and why it happened. That started when our leader boasted that when women enter the struggle, then Biafra is here, or when US rise up to their feet and support this struggle, that Biafra is here. So that's when they started to say, okay, now we are going to make sure that we key in and fight this struggle with their own weapon. So they send women to join the struggle. They send some people to start broadcasting, supporting IPOB, supporting Nnamdi Kanu, supporting what we are doing, in order to deceive the gullible. And people, follow them. People listen to them. Our leader, in his wisdom, also gave them positions to manage, to watch them, knowing fully well that what we are doing is spiritual. So along the line, the rest is history. They started plotting how to betray our leader, how to destroy the struggle, because they knew that the Zoo government has tried many times from outside, and they saw that you cannot destroy IPOB from outside. We need to get inside. So they spent billions of dollars in bribe, to make sure that these people join us and, become one of us through the back door, through all the conniving and cunning ways that they came into this struggle to make sure that they are destroying the IPOB structure. But the evidence is clear that this struggle is through strangling because, like I said at the beginning, IPOB is built on a solid rock, a divine rock. So all the attacks that are coming from these autopiloters, they came as if they are supporting IPOB. They came as if they want to fight for the release of our leader. They came with all these promises like politicians are doing in Biafra land and in the zoo. Every 4 years, you see them come to the market, join the poor masses and peasant farmers, interacting with them, riding Okada, riding Keke, buying, Akara, and all those things, to interact, to make the people think, this guy or this person understands us, this person is close to us, and we are going to vote for him. This is exactly the same trick they use to get into this IPOB in order to win followers. After winning followers, then they turn around, brought one of their prophets, their so-called prophets of the nation, whatever they call him, who will prophesy beforehand, before they are going to strike. Anything they are going to do, this fake prophet will come and prophesy it, and after a week or two, they are going to strike. The so-called autopiloters. Immediately our leader was abducted. We were all still in shock, trying to figure out what happened.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm losing Mazi Abanyim. Mazi Abanyim, can you hear me? Mazi, are you still there? Can you hear me? All right, I am not sure what seems to be the problem.
No one knows. No one knows. No one admitted that he knows. But then, while we are still contemplating on how to go about it, attack began. They started pointing accusing fingers to those who they believe that betrayed our leader, those who did this, did that, and But with the wisdom that Chukwu Okabama has endowed the Directorate of State and Mazi Chinedu, who is our head, we didn't succumb. We took our time to analyze. We took our time to look into what happened and how best we can go for it. So we didn't fall into their track and their pressure. Remove this person, give us access to ESN, give us access to the account. We want to audit the account in Germany, attacking all those pillars that I mentioned. First of all was the account in Germany. They want to audit the account. Account they never audited since our leader was with them. Immediately our leader had problem, they want to audit the account so that they would take over the account. They want access to ESN. If you don't give them access to ESN, they wouldn't release money anymore. This is what happened. They didn't release money to ESN. Everybody in IPOB must be aware of the time when voice notes were, flying around that the ESN is not taken care of. They have no food, no supplies. This is around that time they stopped releasing money for ESN, just to make sure that this struggle collapsed. But, as the Almighty Chukwu Okabama may have it, we found another way to take care of the ESN. And our account in Germany remains intact. The DOS, none of the members, give their consent that this account must be audited in that particular critical time when we are trying to see how we are going to go about the kidnap of our leader and his subsequent rendition to the zoo called Nigeria. We didn't succumb. And now the attack also came to the Directorate of State. When they saw that the Directorate is not complying to all their requests, they started attacking the Directorate of State, that they are criminals, they are this and that, not knowing that the Directorate of State is not one person. Some people thought that Chinedu is Directorate of State. No. Chinedu is just the head of Directorate.
All right, Mazi, I want to come in there. Mazi, I want to come in there, please. Before you continue,
yes.
Can you tell me, because I believe there are many people out there also who wants to know, how does the structure of IPOB works, especially the Directorate of State? Because people keep on saying DOS, and some of them might not understand the meaning of DOS or how DOS is structured. Can you please, in a nutshell, explain to the people what exactly is DOS and how does DOS function? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mazi. The Directorate of State is the governing body of the indigenous people of Biafra. We have the head of Directorate, Mazi Chinedu. We have his deputy, Mazi Toninzurumike. We have the head of media, Mazi Ofoma. We have the head of finance, Madam Nnamdi. Then we have all the continental reps. We have regional reps, and the medical department, they're also there. So there are so many people that make up the DOS, and they are from different parts of Biafra land. We live in different continents for the avoidance of doubt. So most of us have not seen each other before.
So you're telling me that you guys don't even know each other. Some of you guys don't even know each other.
We have somebody in Australia. We have somebody in Malaysia. We have people in USA. We have some people in Europe. We have people in Asia continent, that is in Middle East. We have people in Biafra. We have people in other African continents or countries in Africa who are also member of Directorate of State. We have somebody in South America who is a South American representative. We have people everywhere, and there is no way you can meet these people face to face.
Unbelievable.
It's not easy. And yes, and even our meetings, remember that we have 24 time zone. When we have a meeting in the evening, some people will be waking up in the morning to join that meeting. Some people will be their afternoon. Some people will be their night. So with that, at the end of the day, we have to make sacrifices to ensure that everybody attend that meeting. We can shift it to the time that fits everybody to join. Those who will join in the morning, those who will join their evening, afternoon, or whatever time. So there is no way you can get all the members of DOS together, or even to bring them to a table to compromise betraying our leader or betraying the struggle. It is impossible, highly impossible. We are from different parts of Biafra land, different languages in Biafra land, different cultures, different personalities, different offices. So everybody is doing his own work according to how it is divided. We have division of labor. And this is how this struggle is moving like an oiled machine. When you do your bit, I do my bit, the other one do their bit. At the end of the day, the puzzle is set. So that's how DOS works. So when people are saying criminal DOS, those infiltrators, they thought that Chinedu is a DOS. Chinedu is only head of Directorate of State. We are so many people in Directorate of State doing our work assiduously on a daily basis to ensure that this struggle remains successful. So, having explained that, I want to go back to what I was saying.
Please go ahead.
When they use their fake prophets to announce what Elohim told them that will happen, and then after that prophet has pronounced that fake prophecy, then they will after a week or two they will go start to implement their evil plan to ensure that this struggle is going to collapse. But Chukwuabiama is wonderful. I have said it. Nnamdi Kanu is our leader. I have been with him. I have seen him many times. He has even come to my home before. I have seen him face to face many times. I know the kind of person he is. And my spirit tells me this is the man that will get Biafra. So I didn't just follow him for following's sake. I have conviction from the Almighty Chukwuabiama that this man is the right man to get Biafra. So we all came together in one accord to make sure that we support him because we all need freedom. I have stayed in Europe for more than almost 30 years. I have gotten everything that I want to get, everything you can mention, but I'm still not feeling at home. I want to go home. You have your mansions at home and nobody's living there. What kind of mansion is that? What kind of life is that? We need to go home and say, this is our home. This is the spirit that woke all of us up. Most of us were born during the war. Some of us were born after the war. And the spirit of those who were slain during the war, Biafra war, and those who are being killed ongoing till now, those spirits are the ones who are pushing us to do this work for their sake, because their soul can never rest in peace until Biafra is restored. So anybody who is falling with Biafra struggle, anybody who is going to collecting money or bribe or whatever way, or want to make a living out of this struggle, that person, it will be better for him that he is thrown into the Atlantic Ocean than for him to live, because nemesis will never leave that particular person. For him or her and their generation will suffer, because this is blood money. This is about the blood of millions of people who have, paid the ultimate price for this particular freedom that we are fighting for. And I can't imagine somebody who called himself or herself a Biafran to collect money from the Janjaweed, uncircumcised caliphate, from the Sahel, to come and destroy the people and the children of the Biafra, whom he has, set in that particular land of Biafra to be his witnesses and his messenger, because we are here to serve Biafra, not man. So we have learned all these things from our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, by hearing whom we really are. He gave us special information about what we are going to do, and when this happens, this is what we are going to do. We have this roadmap, because our roadmap is not a public roadmap. If you make our roadmap public, then we are not going to be where we are today. That's what I asked somebody who was asking about the roadmap. I asked him if in our roadmap we say on the 12th of December 2020 we are going to launch ESN. Do you think that is going to be possible? He said no. Then I said that's why we are not making it public. Everything we are doing is with the DOS, and we are following that meticulously to ensure that Biafra is restored, come what may. So the autopiloters, they started here in Europe and America, but we kept them on check. It is, I call it a test of faith, a test of the spirit, because when our leader was here, everybody becomes an angel. You wouldn't know who is with him and who is against him. Is my leader, my leader. God bless you, God bless you. I'm standing with you, I'm behind you, I'm beside you. Immediately, our leader was kidnapped. We began to see the true colors of those who call themselves followers of Nnamdi Kanu or supporters of IPOB. We began to see them. Some were doing it out of ignorance, and others were doing it out of what I call the spirit of Biafra. Because there are portions of spirit that we have in this struggle. If your portion is very low, you need to pray for Chukwu to give you more. Because those who have low portion of spirit, they are not, outright uneducated. There's a difference between common sense and academic education. Some of them got the accolades, academic, accolades, but they still join autopilot because they don't have that common sense. Common sense is not common. This is the time we have come to discover that common sense is really not common indeed. There are people who did not go to university, but they have common sense, and they are still in this struggle. They knew from day one that these people have come to destroy the struggle, and we are guiding it jealously because it is our life. So they have tried and failed. All the four pillars have been shaken, but we are still strong. we are still, we are still standing, and we are still, forging ahead, unapologetically and relentlessly. We are going to restore Biafra. First of all, making sure that our leader is released unconditionally, and those who call themselves autopiloters and infiltrators, even they are now fighting against one another, because the spirit of Biafra has started working. What we are doing is spiritual. When we say it, it's not just for saying sake. We are not mincing words. When we say that the Biafra Restorations Project is a divine project, some people thought it's a joke. But look at what is happening now. Those who came to blame Chinedu, to castigate China Sanworu, Madam Mazi, we did this and that. Now they are fighting against one another, revealing themselves, exposing themselves for all the evil plans they have, make up, to bring defamation of name to this particular, hallowed movement. But we give all glory and praise to Chukwu, because in the end, Biafra must come. Thank you, Mazi.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, if you are joining us, it is constructive argument here on.
Great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu. Today is the 3rd day of June 2022. I am handing over the microphone to the head of the Directorate of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Chika Edoziem, to address Biafrans. Mazi, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you. I believe I am coming out to you very clearly.
You are, sir. Go on. You are coming out crystal clear.
Greetings to great Biafrans all over the world. I want to say good night, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, depending on your time zone at this very hour. My name is Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. By the grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of Directorate. This very broadcast tonight is the first of a 4-series broadcast that will be made in the coming days and weeks ahead of us. And they are going to focus particularly on the atrocities and insecurity in Biafra land that some people will call the Southeast. The orchestrated insecurity that is being carried out by the enemies of our freedom. Let me comment with a commendation. Of course, I already brought out a memo to that effect, but because I'm on air tonight, I sincerely and heartily commend IPOB families worldwide for a very successful 30th May 2022 of our remembrance of our Biafran heroes and heroines. I am commending you because we did something different in a way. And the result, the feedback we have been receiving, the attendance during this very 30th of May Heroes Day, Biafran Heroes Day, the feedback is very encouraging because in so many cities around the world, in so many countries, we were able to have in attendance the locals. Now I mean those who own the land where we sojourn, where we reside, as IPOB family members. Therefore, I commend all of you who did excellently well. I commend all of you who, in fact, carried out the instruction as directed, because that is why we are IPOB. We follow instructions as they are given to us. And at the end of the day, like Chinedu will say, just do what we ask you to do. And at the end of the day, you will see the reason why we have asked you to do that to take that very path or to follow that very course of action. And we are very, very glad and happy that we had in attendance very many people who will have ordinarily not have attended our rallies in diaspora. There is a very important event also coming up this very month. All roads lead to Brussels on the 14th and 15th of June 2022. The Biafran, the Amazonian, and the Oduduwa Yoruba Nation 1 million man march comes up on these dates. If you have not yet booked your trip, please do so, because the world must hear us on that day. The world must see us also on that day. And the authorities in Europe, they will also see us, hear us, and know that a people, some nations came to their headquarters to make sure that they are aware of our desire as a nation, as a people, to be free, and also make them to understand and be aware of the atrocities that is being committed on the Biafran people, the Amazonian people, and the Oduduwa Nation, Oduduwa people, by the respective governments where these nations find themselves, albeit unwillingly, at this very moment. Therefore, I enjoin every IPOB family member, please There is no excuse because this rally, it was, we had made it known for a very long time. Therefore, those there will be no excuses that you are working or you're not working, because you will be able to put a request for some free day off to be able to attend this very, very historical event on the 14th and 15th of June 2022. Please keep a date with this very, very historical date and event. Be a part of it. It's your children will be told that you will tell your children about that in time to come. Also, I want to let Biafrans know that yes, we've been making progress as it concerns our campaign against the BBC, but we have not achieved our objective at the moment. Therefore, our call campaign against BBC's fake news, against BBC's misinformation and propaganda, against IPOB, which they, BBC, run on behalf of the Nigerian Fulani government, continues for the next 2 weeks. This campaign continues for the next 2 weeks. We must not allow anyone to, in any manner, try to intimidate Biafrans, because we know that this generation has a mission ordained by heaven, and we must accomplish it. The BBC must pull down their blatant falsehood against our leader and against IPOB. That paid work that they did in order to portray this very peaceful movement as a violent one, they must retract that video. They must put it down. They must retract that report, because it is a complete falsehood, and of course we know why they are doing what they are doing. We have to let them know. We have to let them know that this is not 1967 to 1970. And this generation of Biafrans do not take any prisoners. We do not take any prisoners as far as pursuing our Chukwu Kikabiama given right to live as a free people in our land, Biafra, is concerned. We take no prisoners. We must ensure that all hands are on deck. All hands must be on deck. These calls must be made and continue to be made until they pull down that nonsense that they call the report. In fact, it's a shame. It's a shame, but we know some of these media houses, they have no longer shame. If they could lie to the world why 5 million Biafrans were being massacred in the 67, there is nothing else. We will not be surprised what comes out of their sleeves this time around. So, but Biafrans, we are ready for this battle, and we must face it head on and ensure that our story is not in any way corrupted by those who do not wish us well. We must not allow anyone, any person, or any institution to distort the true facts in their attempt to demonize IPOB. And then, in their attempt after demonizing IPOB to have a concocted, what they may call, evidence against our leader in his trials. The leadership the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra. We had on several occasions, either through this our hallowed platform, the Radio Biafra, or through press statements from our publicity and communication secretary, we have continued to inform our people that the Nigerian security agencies, be it the army, the police, the DSS, even the one that was formed by the so-called governors of Eastern region, the Babago, we have continued to alert and let everyone know that all these agencies and security apparatus were all and are still all working together with the Fulani terrorist headsmen. And what are the objectives? That is why I said people must pay attention tonight. We will stay on this issue of insecurity in Biafra land for the next 4 broadcasts, and this will come not just let me say after tonight. In the next 3 days we will again come, because we must make sure that this narrative that they have deliberately brought out in the public domain, that it must not, on no account, must we allow it to stick, because then we will have a problem. And I know what IPOB can do. I know what this family can do. We have fought battles, we have fought wars, and we have come all victorious. Not out of our own power or our own intellect, but because heaven is with us, because Chukwabiyama is at the helm of our affairs, because he has ordained that this very family IPOB must come. And of course, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he has been given this onerous task to make sure that the children of heaven are saved from the evil that is called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. As I said, the army, the police, the DS, every aspect of the Nigerian security apparatus, they are working in consonance, in collaboration with the Fulani terrorist headsmen, and their agenda, their singular purpose is to cause insecurity in our land and then turn around, as they are doing presently, to tell us or to tell the world that this IPOB movement is a violent movement. We also told you, we also informed the Biafrans that criminals that call themselves cultists are working for politicians who are in turn pursuing the same objective as the Nigerian security agencies, which is they will create insecurity in the east, in the southeast. They will cause all forms of evil and criminality, and then they will say, yes, it is IPOB, it is ESN, and then of course they will tell us who is the leader of IPOB, who is the leader of ESN. They will know because our leader is their target. Don't make mistake about it. The target of the Nigerian government, the target of the zoo, the target of all the killings going on in our land is no other person but the leader of this great movement. And IPOB has a duty. Each one of us, we have a duty to stop the enemy on their tracks. We have a duty to make sure that we are telling this story as it is. And I can't quote it, because the way he walks is not the way that man walks. He has been very, very gracious to us. And I believe he will continue to be gracious to his children until victory, total victory, is achieved. That is why in our language they say that efi na-enweghị ọdụdụ ọ bụ gịnị chie na-atụrụ ya ijiji. That is a cow without a tail. I will just translate it the way we say it. A cow without a tail is only without a tail, you can't drive away flies when they come around to look for what to eat or to bother the animal. In that sense, we say that it is only the spirit that guides that animal that helps him or her to drive away flies so that they don't bother him that much. So IPOB is like we are facing great enemies. We know that. We are not in any manner belittling what we are facing. We are not. We know what we are facing. We know what we have faced. We know what we have gone through with what our leader has gone through up to this moment and what he is still going through. And that's why I say at the end of all this, we have come tops and we have come victorious, and of course our leader would come out victorious as well, because Chukwu Abiyama is with us and he is at the helm of this affair. The Nigerian government is the hand behind the insecurity happening in Biafra land, in the southeast. Pay attention. The Nigerian government, no other person, they are responsible, fully responsible for the insecurity in Southeast. I'm not saying here, some people will say that they are merely vicariously liable. No. It's not. This is direct responsibility, because the army is a Nigerian army. The police is a Nigerian police. The DSS is a Nigerian secret security agency. And of course, the Fulani terrorist herdsmen, they are part of the Nigerian government, because we have Miyetti Allah as part of the government, and Miyetti Allah is in charge of the Fulani herdsmen. Therefore, Miyetti Allah is in charge of the terrorist Fulani herdsmen, and they in turn are part of the government. So the Nigerian government is directly responsible for the crimes going on in Biafra land. And they are working, like I said already, in consonant, or the politicians are working in consonant with the Nigerian government. They are pursuing the same agenda. They are afraid. They are terribly scared of the pedigree of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. But this is not what you will die. I mean, you cannot achieve anything by being envious of him or being jealous of him. Heaven has ordained him. You can't stop it. No one can stop it. No one, whether you're born of woman or whatever, you can't stop it, because heaven, whether you're evil spirit or you can't stop him, because the Almighty, the Creator, has sent him on this very, very mission, and he must bring it to accomplishing. He must accomplish the job that heaven has assigned to him to accomplish. Last week, last week there was an audio recording of a kidnapped victim. Now listen carefully, and I'm trying to make a kind of an analysis of these very criminal activities and insecurity in Biafra, and for you to understand exactly, so that people will stop looking for you're looking for the reason or the person behind this crimes, while the perpetrators are staring you there on your face. This audio recording of a kidnapped victim, I can't remember now how many of them, and this video, or this audio went viral on social media. In that audio, one of the kidnappers, who clearly is a Fulani soldier, because you know when soldiers speak, you know when you hear them talk, you understand that they don't talk like a civilian. They talk like people who have been trained to speak with authority, even though especially when they are speaking with a civilian, you see them try to show that yes, they have gone, so you are bloody civilian, you must listen. So this man, or this supposed kidnapper, was threatening the man whom the victims contacted to help or assist to raise the ransom money that these kidnappers demanded, in order to see if they can, if they are lucky, they will be released. If they are not lucky, they will pay the ransom and they will still kill them. This man, this kidnapper, was threatening the helper, so to speak, and to stop, because this person was asking, where exactly are the location of this, where the victims are, where exactly, he's not asking because he wants to go there and rescue him, no, but he wants to have an idea, where are they? Are they in Anambra or Imo or Abia, or where exactly, which area? And so the military man, this Fulani kidnapper, who is a military officer, got offended and asked him, why is he bothering about where they are? That even if he tells him where they are, does he think he can come there to rescue him? What do you make of this very statement? This statement only shows one thing, that these kidnappers, they kidnap their victims, they keep their victims either very close to army barracks, or they keep them right inside the barracks most of the times. And that's why they will confidently tell you, if I tell you where they are, will you come and rescue them? Now, this is the reason, this very situation that I am now relaying to Biafrans and to the world, is the reason why the military in our land, they are giving security to Fulanis by issuing them what? ID cards, and then they will be residing in the military barracks. And specifically, they will write it there, Fulani identity card. It is these Fulani people that have been given security in the barracks that will either, after usual agreement, they will now go and do the kidnapping, come back and keep the victims where they have to make sure, where they keep them, and then making sure nobody will come there to even try and rescue them. The police cannot go. We had. I will come to that anyway. And then they will begin to demand their ransom. Sometimes they will even tell you, in this Sochi area, they will tell, or some other areas, they will tell you to drop the ransom at a military checkpoint. At a military checkpoint, for you to drop the ransom there. Are people really dumb? After all these things, we hear you keep a kidnapper that is supposed to be running for the military is now telling you to keep your ransom. The military man will even ask you what is inside. Normally, they will ask you what is inside. You will say it's money. And they will ask you, why are you bringing money? And you will tell them, my brother, my father, or my relative was kidnapped, and then they said we should pay so amount, and they said we should come and drop it here at the military checkpoint. My goodness me. And the military will not, in fact, be surprised. You will keep the money, and they will tell you, okay, go. Maybe if you're lucky, your brother or your relative will be left, will be released, and they will now go to the checkpoint to collect that ransom, and the people will not add one to one together to know that the Nigerian military, especially the military, they are the ones spearheading the kidnappings, while the police and the DSS are the ones spearheading the killings that is going on in our land with their politicians. The killings are done mostly by the police. I mean, the army, of course, they do their own. They go, of course, to kill and burn villages and communities. That's done. But most of these kidnappings done by Fulani headsmen are in conjunction with the Nigerian military. That is why I said that the Nigerian government is directly responsible. If they say that they are not aware of what their soldiers are doing, then it means that they have lost control, completely control, and they are not even worthy to call themselves government anymore. If you want to deny culpability or deny knowledge of what a whole institution that like the Nigerian military is doing, then you have lost the moral ground to continue to call yourself a government that can protect its citizens and its property. Now, there is something very, very peculiar around this Sochi area. Something that we must pay very attention to. Because a lot of victims have also narrated how shortly after they must have passed the army checkpoint at Isuj, they will be attacked a few kilometers from the same army checkpoint by Fulani kidnappers. The only reasonable inference from this scenario that I just mentioned is that the Nigerian army checkpoint, now serves as the Fulani kidnappers information outpost, which of course supplies them information on their next target or victim. This is exactly what happened to the Methodist prelate that was also kidnapped. They will because when they come there, when you come where the army is, they will stop you. They will ask you to roll down your glass or whatever and see who is inside. They will see the car you're driving, and then they will conclude, okay, this one can pay ransom, because the target is not just they stop every vehicle there and target, but they know the ones that they target, and the Fulanis that carry out now the real job, they cannot do it without getting first-hand information on their next victim, and this information they get from the army stationed at the checkpoints that are just a few kilometers from where these these kidnappings take place. And then if you come there to the army and tell them something happened, you will probably be waiting for waiting for heaven to fall for them to even move their hands to do anything, because they are completely in the knowledge of what has happened, and they are waiting to collect their share after the ransom has been paid. We saw as well, we all saw the barbaric murder and beheading of a lawmaker in Anambra State. The Nigerian media went to work after the killing of this lawmaker. I said, state assemblyman. The Nigerian media, they went to work. The BBC, they went to work. Their minors, that is the people that they use to work attack IPOB in the social media, they also went to work, attempting seriously to hang the murder of this very man on IPOB. Even some reasonable people began to even think IPOB, it may be true that IPOB. You wouldn't reason to ask yourself, what is the benefit of IPOB? Even how does that help or push our struggle forward? People will not do that. Their senses will go on break or on holiday when these kind of situations, present themselves. Now, to show you, Biafrans, that the media are part of the game plan, part of the campaign, part of the agenda to demonize IPOB, because we remember the DSS, it was not very long ago. They had a very, very important meeting with civil society organizations and then NGOs and some of the media. That is where the part of the duty of the media was, given to them. Any crime that happened in Southeast, it must be IPOB, it must be ESN. Whether there was an investigation or there was no investigation, it does not matter. Just say it is IPOB and continue to say it is IPOB. The world will listen, the world will believe it, and the world will at the end of the day say, these people IPOB, they are now terrorizing civilians, therefore they have become terrorists. We will do what? We will ban them and stop them from operating freely in the diaspora. That is the game plan. And the Nigerian media is fully part of that game plan. Now, the true evil perpetrators, the true people who are the agents of darkness, they are known. Did you hear them? Did you hear the media? Because the investigation is in there. What do you call them? The inter-society and other investigative actions that have been taking place has revealed who were behind the murder, the killing, the beheading of the state assemblyman in Anambra State. Did you hear the media go back and apologize for misleading the people? No way. Did you hear them retract their falsehood against IPOB? No way. Why would they do that? It will not serve the purpose for which they have been paid heavily, to be part of this agenda. So what they are now, at the end of the day, when these true facts have come out, rather than, instead of them to swallow their I don't know, shame, do they have? They don't have shame, but instead of them to in a way claim that they have made a mistake, no, they can't do that. What they have now done is that they turn again around to do what? To focus their attention on the innocent woman called Teresa Onoa, who happened somehow to be a relative of the chief culprit of the killing and beheading of the Anambra State Assemblyman. They now turn their attention what this lady has, or this mother, this woman has built, what the reputation that she has toiled to build through her music. This is now the target of the Nigerian media to destroy this very, very hard work and this very, very woman. But of course, the person who has, Chinedu said, you know, if you are not carrying anything on your head and you fall down, you will not spill nothing on the floor. You will get up and you continue to go where you're going. So all their efforts to now focus their attention to make the innocent, the person who had no idea, who had nothing to do with the whole crime, they are now focusing on that very individual, and they are leaving behind, or leaving the person who is the culprit, without much attention, is very, very appalling and very, very sad indeed in the history of media or journalism world over. We are not oblivious of what happened just past weekend, and that is the kidnap of the Methodist prelate that I mentioned before, in person. This man who is the head of the Methodist Church worldwide. It's like the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury, or who is in charge of the Muslim faith worldwide. This man, goodness me, was also kidnapped. He fell victim. We have been telling our people. Onion started in 2015 to announce the coming rain that is coming. People said this young man, is it that you don't have better things to do, or this young man, why are you disturbing the peace of our people? Onyendu was crying daily when he comes on air. He would tell us that something is coming. Now I'm not in any way mocking anybody. No, not at all. But it has touched the rich. It has touched the powerful. It has touched the elite, those who are on the high level of society, who believe that it will never come to them. That is the message I'm trying to give to politicians tonight. And any of you that call yourself an elite in Biafra land or intellectual, it will come to you at the time, at the appointed time. They will not make any difference between you and a Biafran who is even supporting this struggle through his or her daily toils with keke or wheelbarrow, or as a driver, or in the market, or the market woman who goes to sell her foodstuffs in her market. They will not make any difference between the two of you, because you will even be the one that they will easily, once they see you, they will take you because you will keep the money. The money you will give them in our land is the money they have said they are going to use it to do what? To buy more weapons. Weapons. To do what with these weapons? They will come and massacre all of us. All of us. You will not even, the time when it begins, you will not even have the time to go to remember that you have a private jet. It was Okorocha the other day was lying on the floor, calling on heaven to come and save him, because he has served the Fulani now. He has served the Fulani, and the Fulani are telling you, don't reach that. You betrayed your people. You think we don't know your secrets. Now, time don't reach. His charms was not able to save him. He's calling on God, which God I don't know. He was not able to save him. He ended up being what? Being arrested. So my point is that this very prelate, a man of high respect, I'll give it to him, because when you are the leader of millions of adherents to a particular religion, you are a man of respect. So he fell victim like an ordinary one of us. And then, but he was lucky. He was lucky because they were able to raise within 48 hours 100 million naira to do what to save it. Many of us, we don't even have 10,000 naira to pay to save our people. So we are what? We are all in this hot water together. And the earlier we realize that, and the earlier we join forces together, whether you are an elite or you are an intellectual or intellectual, whatever you call your name, or politician, the earlier we join hands together and support the leader of this great movement, Nnamdi Kanu, and ensure his immediate unconditional release from the dungeon, it will come. It will come to all of us. And we must know that we have to use our Enyimba to do what? To save our land, save our children, save our generation, save our future, and save the unborn generation. Otherwise, they will be coming and picking all of you one by one, and then, of course, because they have put the enmity between us, nobody can speak for the other. They will be picking us one after the other as a sniper picks his enemies on the war front. So this is what the Nigerian government planned very, very well. They planned it, and now that their plan is being executed, they are trying to divert your attention from the real culprits. They are trying to divert your attention from the people that they are using to commit these crimes, and they are focusing on the only movement, the only standing movement between them and your total Islamization and your total destruction. And that movement is the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, led by Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know, when this thing happened to this His Eminence, the Methodist prelate, the Khan, which is the Christian Association of Nigeria, the Khan, in fact, they would have even said IPOB was responsible. But like Chukwu Abiyama is in charge, now that the victim has said it with his own mouth, who were responsible, Khan has lost its voice, and Khan's totally fake concern for the well-being of Christians in Nigeria, you can see it from this very, very incident that happened to one of them. Khan, Christian Association of Nigeria, and the Nigerian media, they no longer know how to pronounce Fulani, because now it is known that Fulani are the people responsible. They will not even call their name. But if it is to say IPOB was responsible, they know how to call IPOB. They know how to call ESN. But all of you, your time is also coming. Your time is also coming. They dare not mention Fulani in any way. The media will not, because they are working for the same master, and that master they are working for is the Fulani Caliphate. That is why they have gone after a police officer who was brave enough to even say that the people who are kidnapping in this Isoch area and Imo State and Biafra land as a whole, that they are Fulanis. Now they are threatening him with brimstone and fire. Well, we shall see. We have been trying to make our people understand what is coming. And heaven will bear us witness that we tried. We have been, consistently informing Biafrans of the danger ahead and the plans those that hate their existence have for them, and they hate you for no just cause. We have been telling you what is coming, but our people will again say, if you tell the ear and he did not hear, when you cut off the head, what happened? The ear will not stay on the neck; it will go with the head that is cut off. And we will continue to educate. We will continue to inform, and of course, we will continue to defend our land, the institution that our leader has put in place to defend the territory of Biafra land, the Eastern Secret Network. They will continue to defend our land against these marauders, against those who have invaded our land to take it by force and to destroy our heritage. We will not. We're not making any apologies about this. They can call us what they want. What we know is that our agitation is a peaceful one. We have nothing to do with civilian killing of people in Biafra land. It will not bring us nothing. But do you see this Biafran forest and bushes and farmlands? We will protect it against anyone who dares to come in there in order to stop our people from doing their farm work, and or in another attempt to defile our mothers and our women. We will continue to defend that land. IPOB, and I'm saying this without any equivocation. I am saying it not out of boast or anything. IPOB is the only reason, I want to repeat that the zoo called Nigeria has not totally and completely been Islamized yet and brought under total Sharia rule. You people must be thanking IPOB and thanking, of course, Nnamdi Kanu for the wonderful work he has done so far. And we heard Dr. Mailafe told you that the Fulani are preparing to overrun the south. Theophilus Danjuma, a former military general, he told you that the Nigerian Fulani army are colluding with the terrorist Fulani headsmen. And now this very brave police officer, CSP John Bull, have also told you that the army is complicit and they are the army are now they will commit these crimes and they will come out and start to bark like a dog as if they are not the one who committed it. Now they are now after this man, looking for his blood because he has the temerity to name Fulani for what they are, to call them for what they are. But they will of course go after such very brave people, and let us see what will come out of that. Let us see what will come out of that. Do you know the most important of all this warnings that have been coming from people up to now. The most important is that the present army chief himself, Irabo or whatever he calls him, I don't know. But this man himself, he has confirmed that the military is working and collaborating with Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. But he wanted us to believe that the collusion that he's talking about with these terrorists, the army and terrorists, is just isolated. It's not, very, very spread out in the sense of it's not every military person is involved. But I want to tell you that this collaboration with the terrorists is a systemic one. Systemic in the sense because it begins from the Oga at the top. The Oga at the top, who is the commander-in-chief, down to his officers, including this man that calls himself a Rabo army chief, and then down to the rank and file, who are the foot soldiers that they use to commit these crimes in our land. This is the simple logic, because if you recruit Boko Haram into your army, just don't forget about the nonsense they call repentant. Just don't even pay attention to that. If you recruit deliberately, because it's deliberate, they will recruit Boko Haram into the army, give them military uniform, and then send them down to Biafra land to come and commit these crimes. What else? How can you, say that the military or the government is not responsible for the crime that is being committed in our land? I'm telling you tonight, this is simply what is going on, and this Boko Haram now they have become what? They have become simply official state terrorist instrument. They have become the state sponsor, that is, the state are now using them to sponsor terror in our land, and after they have done all this nonsense, they will say it is IPOB that is responsible. I'm going to ask some very salient questions here, because like I said, I don't want this broadcast to be too long, because we will have 4 series on this very matter going forward. From today, the next 3 days, I'm going to be on air until we make sure that this message sinks into the skull of our people, into their brain, for them to reason for once. Understand, our people and the international community must understand that the enemies of Biafra, the enemies of our freedom, they first of all instigate this insecurity, and then they will capitalize on it, the killings and all that is happening, to blackmail IPOB. And I said they will blackmail IPOB, but the target is not really IPOB. The target is who? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. We must pay attention and note that most of these very high-profile killings, they happen a few days before Nyendu's court case. This is why I'm telling you that the target is him. Take, for example, the army couple that was killed. Take again, for example, the House of Assemblyman that was also murdered. Take, for example, the Hausa pregnant woman and her children. These things, they happen few days or a day to the court appearance of our leader, because the target, they want to influence the outcome, they want to make sure, they want to delay his coming out, because they cannot. Our ancestors will forbid that they will succeed in keeping our leader longer than he has stayed in that dungeon. Therefore, all efforts that they are making is to try to prolong or to delay his coming out. But Chukwoki has ordained that Onyendu is coming out, and he will come out to match us directly to the free land of Biafra. Biafrans, these atrocities are being committed by people who want to ensure that Onyendu does not come out. I am repeating it because I want all of us to understand that. Both politicians and the church leaders and the ordinary Biafra, the purpose of this killing, it cannot be IPOB, it cannot be ESN, it cannot be any reasonable Igbo man, because our land forbid the shedding of such blood. It cannot be. Nobody who is genuinely interested in the release of our leader will be involved in these criminalities. Nobody who is genuinely concerned with his welfare will be involved in these atrocities. Because you ask yourself, how can the killing of our own people, whom Biafrans, whom Onyendu has been fighting for since he started this very movement, how can the killing of the same people he's fighting for help in securing his elite? Does it make any sense? It does not make any sense. It will only complicate his case and turn our people against him and the Biafran cause, which is what the Nigerian government is planning or hoping to achieve. They want to create such a situation when that our people will say, this is it what we are, is it this, how our people will talk. They will say, now this Biafra, so this Biafra could be safe. Why would they kill us though? Why are you killing people? Is it how the Biafra will be? They want to turn the mass against the movement, turn the mass, the Biafra, because they know that the support of this very movement is not those force in the diaspora. Yes, we are financing it. That of course that is for sure. We task ourselves here. We pay the dues. We pay what we need to pay to finance. But the stronghold of this movement is on the ground in Biafra land, and that is where they are committing all these atrocities, committing all this crime to see our people. If our people will now say, if that this kind of Biafra, I don't want it, and turn against. But and the spirits of our land, I will continue to let people know that this battle is no longer. In fact, it is beyond even the zoo. This battle is beyond what you can see. Okay, is in control. We are going through pain. We are going through serious pains when one soul is lost. We go through, Onyendu goes through great pains when the blood of an innocent Biafran is spilled in our land. That is the truth. That is the fact. But I can assure you tonight that this battle, despite notwithstanding the atrocities that the Nigerian government is committing to the land, this battle is beyond them, because heaven is in complete control and heaven is on our side, and our ancestors have risen. We have just some couple of days back, we have remembered our heroes and our heroines, and we have called upon them to rise up and continue to fight in the spirit until Biafra is restored, because we want to restore Biafra to honor them and to appreciate the supreme sacrifices that they have made. I want to tell you again that these killings are also calculated, because they carry out these killings a day or two before Onyendu's court appearances. They want or try or wish or hope that they will use it to intimidate and blackmail the judiciary. That is also their agenda. That we must know. Because when a judge is confronted with a leader of a movement who is being accused, whose movement is being accused of committing such atrocities, usually you will be thinking, is it wise to release this man so that he will not? So I'm not going to go into this, but I want to make this clear to Biafrans tonight, and which of course I'll make again, continue to make it happen, is for us to understand that the killings in our land is orchestrated. The killings in our land is planned. The Cleanse Our Land has its agenda. The agenda is to cow us into turning against the Biafra movement, turning against our leader, and abandoning the struggle and abandoning our freedom. But Chukwu Abiyama forbid, because that will mean that your children, your children's children, and your generations yet unborn will, their slavery, their situation of oppression will, in fact, what we are going through, it will be a child's play, what they will go through, but only if we, develop allow ourselves to be bamboozled, allow ourselves to be intimidated, allow ourselves to be cowed by the Nigerian government or those who are working with them. The British are behind them. We know that. But I have said, if this battle is just by our own strength, IPOB would not be where we are today. So I am encouraging all of you that what we are going through is painful, but be rest assured that heaven is on our side, and we must continue on this path that we have chosen to make sure that our leader is released and he rejoins us, and we continue to march into the free and independent Biafra nation. I want to make one announcement here, or one reiteration before I close this very, very evil broadcast. The general public has to be wary of those who have been expelled from this very movement, because they are no longer part of this family. Those who have been expelled, they are not part of this one, because the reason why you were expelled before, there's no way after you have worked with Madam Oyibo, you work with Nelly, and then you still want Biafra now that you believe there's no road, there's no more road there. You want to come back to IPOB and begin to look for how you can deceive anybody. Anybody who is paying attention to any officer that has been expelled in this movement, you're on your own, because they are not representing IPOB. They are not working for IPOB. They are not part of the IPOB family. And specifically, I want to mention 3 names here. 3 names that those in Canada and those in USA must be very, 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 very wary and pay attention. The following persons have been expelled from IPOB. They have been expelled. They have not been in any way recorded or whatever. These persons, one, Mazi Nnamdi, he was a former IPOB USA Central Regional Rep. He has been expelled from this movement. The second one is Mazi Olivobi, former IPOB USA Eastern. He was also expelled. And the third is Mazi Chinedu, former Ontario Regional Rep. He was also expelled. These people were the people who were collecting IPOB money, ESN money, so to speak, ESN money, and we are giving it to Madam Oyibo, giving it to what's her name, Dr. Du, or whatever that she calls herself. Now they want to come back from the back door. Your head no correct if I just even use that word, because sometimes I get upset when people don't reason. Anything you do with these people, you are on your own. And I am telling the family in USA and family in Canada to make sure that they bring out the expulsion letter and send it to any Igbo organization or any organization whatsoever that these people may be going there to want to deceive them that they are working. Because IPOB will not be held responsible if you let your funds go into their hand, because I don't know what they will do with it. Now, this is this very announcement I want to make tonight, and I want to ask all of us to continue to remain steadfast. I want to ask all of us to continue to remain brave before our enemies, because for us, there shall not be any retreat and there shall not be any surrender as far as this movement for the restoration of Biafra is concerned. We are going to do Onyendu has been sacrificed and he has told us he will not disappoint us. And I can assure him wherever he may be tonight that this leadership he has put in place will not disappoint him. And I want to also ask you, dear friends, please, great and hardcore family members worldwide, you must not disappoint the supreme leader of this great movement. We must remain faithful, we must remain loyal, we must remain, above all things, we must remain disciplined. Discipline, without discipline, we cannot go anywhere. We cannot deceive ourselves. We must remain disciplined, and if you are indisciplined in this movement, we will discipline you. We will discipline you. That is how it is, and that is how it will remain until, of course, as we work tenaciously, as we work assiduously to ensure that Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is free from the hands of our enemies and from the hands of those who hate us, and rejoins this very global family to continue this work that heaven has endowed him with from where he stopped it. Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra is for us not just our identity. Biafra is our being, yes, all right. Biafra is also not just our heritage. Biafra for us is the spirit that is in us. Without Biafra, we are nothing. Without Biafra, we are nobody. Without Biafra, we are dead. And Biafra, of course, is the religion that we, the great indigenous people of Biafra, it is the religion that we practice. And Chukwuka is him to whom we give all honor, to whom we give all glory, to whom we bow down and worship. From me tonight, I want to say, may Elohim Chukwuka continue to abide with you. May he continue to guide you and preserve you. And please, we must continue in our supplications to Chukwuka, and of course, in our supplications to our ancestors to continue to preserve, to protect, to guide, and to strengthen Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and to make sure he rejoins us sooner than later. From me, I want to say to you, may you sleep well and good night. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. I welcome you this evening. It is the day that Chukwu Kikabiama have made. My name is Mazi Onoha, and of course today is the 24th day of May 2022, and the time standing here at 13 minutes past 8 p.m. here in Johannesburg, and of course it should be 13 minutes past 7 p.m. in Biafra land, and the same minute past the top of the hour wherever you are hearing the sound of my voice. I say to you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Without wasting any time, permit me, of course, to usher in the head of the directorate, the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, in the person of Mazi Edoziem, who will address Biafrans right now and all the lovers of freedom worldwide. Mazi, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, Mazi Ikechukwu, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and the whole world is listening. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Greetings, great Biafrans. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good night, and good evening to you, depending on your time zone. My name is Mazi Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. First of all, let me apologize for the delay in the commencement of this very tonight's program. Tomorrow, great Biafrans, a day of great event in our land. But before I get to that, we are all aware that the 26th of May 2022 is a date that we have a case. The Biafran people and of course our leader Nnamdi Kanu. This case will be coming up in the Abuja High Court in Abuja on Thursday, the 26th of May 2022. And as we are accustomed to doing, we have laid down process and procedure of what we have to do on this very day. First of all, we must show solidarity apart from putting that day in the hand, committing that day in the hand of Chukwu Kikabiama. We will show great solidarity with our leader, that he and the world may know that for us, there will be no retreat and no surrender in this project that we have embarked upon. For us, we are one with him all the way. And while the people in Biafra land have been doing great and marvelously well, they have been sacrificing out of very genuine love for Nnamdi Kanu. We encourage them and we commend them. And we say to them, hang on a little bit while, for it is no longer going to be too long, and we shall glorify the name of Chukwu, and we shall rejoice in the land of Biafra. Therefore, we will continue to show solidarity with our leader on the 26th. And in Biafra land, I call upon all Biafrans of all walks in life to observe a total lockdown of the whole of Biafra land on the 26th of May 2022. A total lockdown of the territory of Biafra land. A sit-at-home will be observed in Biafra land. And in the diaspora, protests and rallies will hold in cities and capitals around the world. Please make sure that those of you in the diaspora, make sure that you do what is required of you in your different countries, in your different cities and capitals. Those who will travel to Abuja, like I always tell you, you must be very conscious of your environment, security conscious, I must say. Yes, from the beginning, from 2015 through this very period, through this very time we are in, Biafrans have exhibited uncanny discipline and solidarity and commitment, and of course good behavior as they show presence in the zoo capital called Abuja. During the court hearings of our leader, they have been doing marvelously well, and I want to commend them for that, and I want to encourage them to continue on that path. You shall go to Abuja, but please do not go along with any Biafran paraphernalia. Don't unnecessarily, bring attention of those who hate us for no reason unto yourself. Go to Abuja, we will do our normal thing, sing our praises, and solidarize with our leader. And at the end of the day, Chukwabema shall lift all of you safely to Abuja, and he as well will lift all of you safely back to your different destinations. While we are on this matter of Abuja, there is a very disturbing information that I have to give to Biafrans tonight. The enemy is desperate. There is desperation in the camp of the enemy of Biafrans. Pay attention, Biafrans and lovers of freedom must pay attention tonight, because this information is important that we make the world understand what the zoo is about or are planning to do. There is this very disturbing intel at our disposal of a grand plan like the zoo security agencies used to do. They have a grand plan to plant an explosive device at the Abuja court on Thursday, the 26th. This intel is foolproof. They attempt, because of their desperation, because they know that heaven is on our side, they know that the outcome on 26th will be favorable to Biafrans. They are planning to scuttle this very, very Thursday outing, but I can assure them, and I can assure Biafrans that heavens are on our side. Like our leader taught us, when we get intel about the evil plan of Nigeria against Biafrans, we must expose them to the world. We must let the world know. And while we expose them, we must as well meet them head on. Therefore, great Biafrans all over the world, we are going to do something very extraordinary tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday, the 25th. I don't want anybody to misplace these two different dates. Tomorrow, being Wednesday, is the 25th of May 2022. While our leader's court case is coming up on the 26th. But tomorrow at noon, Biafrans all over the world, each and every one of you must get an egg. An egg, and this egg, especially those in Biafra land, this egg must come from our local fowl. I will use Igbo language here, but pardon me, people, I hope somebody will also be able to, while passing this information around, other Biafran languages you can, translate it. We call it Akwa Okuko Igbo, egg from the local fowl that we have in our land. Everyone, those in diaspora, if you're able to lay your hand on the same type of egg, that would be great. Otherwise, you use the egg that you may be able to lay your hands on. Please, this is key to those in Biafra land. Your egg must be Akwa Okuko Igbo and nothing else. Now, at noon, 12 noon, at midday, what you need to do is that we have to pray for the safety and well-being and freedom of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from the hand of the enemy, and pray that every plan of the enemy and evil ones against him shall not come to pass. We shall pray to Chukwokika and to our ancestors to safeguard our land and our people against every machination of Nigeria and Britain. We must pray against those spilling innocent blood in Biafra land. Pray against any obstacle on our way to freedom. After you have done this prayer, probably in the comfort of your zone, in your comfort of your room or apartment or wherever, use the egg and circle it 4 times over your head. Pay very good attention after all the prayers and of course, this prayer that I mentioned here, it is not written in stone. You can add other prayers that will, of course, be to the achievement of our objective, which is the freedom of Onyendu, the freedom of Biafra land, and every other good thing that you wish our people, the Biafran people. Represent the 4 market days in Biafra land, Eke, Ori, Aho, and Nko. Now you take the egg outside. Please do not break the egg inside your house. But before breaking the egg, you must speak that as you are about to break the egg, or that as you break the egg, you are breaking every hand holding Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whether it be the hand of human being or the hand of spirit. You will also pray and speak that you are breaking every obstacle, whether spiritual or physical, blocking our path to freedom and restoration of Biafra. And you may add 1 or 2 more other things that are very, very there that you may think that are affecting our people negatively, and after that you break that very egg. And like I always say, we have entered the battle that is done in the realms of the spirit. That is why the camp of the enemy, they are wondering what is going on. After they have used all that, they have all the funds, all the people that they made to infiltrate this movement. All their efforts have failed because our problem began, and we have come back to our roots, and we are calling upon our ancestors, those of them who laid down their lives for this very struggle, those whose blood we are shed and spilled, those whose spirits are still hovering. We have called upon them, and they are joining us in this very battle. As we do the physical, they are doing those that has to be done, or things that has to be done in the spiritual realm. Now, great Biafrans, we must also know that the 30th of May, 30th of May is Biafran Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day. I have already said something about this very event coming up, And I will continue to speak on it until the day is upon us, which is not very far away. It's of course next week. And May 30th, as we know, is very important in the history of Biafrans. On this very day again, Biafran land will be on a total lockdown. No movement. We do not even want to see a goat or a fowl, whatever kind of animal on the street on that day, because that day belongs to the spirit of our great heroes and heroines. We will not forget the sacrifices, the ultimate sacrifices that they made, which is the reason that many of us, in fact, that Biafra and Biafrans are still alive today. So in recognition of that sacrifices and in appreciation of the supreme price they paid, we must, on the 30th, have and mark a total lockdown of Biafra land. The IPOB family in the diaspora will observe this day, as I earlier indicated and said, in a town hall format with lectures and symposia, which will of course tell the story of Biafran people, tell the story of our mothers, of our children, of our parents, grandparents, uncles, and nieces, the suffering that they went through. We must continue to tell their story and not allow anyone else to tell the story for us. So these symposias and these lectures, of course, must be preceded with the usual prayers we pray for our departed heroes and heroines, and we pray in their honor and remember them, and after that the lectures can commence. IPOB United Kingdom has been given a special exception to organize a protest in the United Kingdom targeting very key places, which includes the Babylon Broadcasting Corporation, or other name that they are called is the British Biased Corporation. The IPOB family in the UK will organize a protest in before their headquarters on this very day. Every Biafran is mandated, please, every Biafran, wherever you may be on that day, it does not matter whether you are at work or you are in your room or you are in a hall, participating in this very, very eventful occasion. Every Biafran is mandated to observe a 2-minute silence at exactly midday, 12 noon, in the honor of all our fallen heroes and our brave heroines. There is something going on in the zoo, and those who have the inner eye already have discerned where all this is heading towards. From Sokoto to Kanu, to Abuja, and now Lagos, the properties, the lives, and the well-being of Biafrans is in serious jeopardy. We have seen it. From the killing of Deborah Samuel, a young girl whose parents suffered to send to school, and for no reason, bloodthirsty individuals just murdered this young woman in cold blood. And what happened after this woman was murdered? The mob, they were what they usually feed them. They are intellectuals, the Fulani quasi-intellectuals. Those they call their religious leaders, they are scholars. They put fuel into the fire of what transpired. And the mob, after getting to friends, they went about destroying the lives and properties of Biafran people in Sokoto State. As if that was not enough. They went to another place in Kanu, and children who left their homes, who their parents just sent to school. They placed a bomb in their school and cut short the life of this very young generation. At the onset, they began to lie, because that is the hallmark of the zoo. From their head to their toe, they are all liars. They began to lie that what transpired in Abuja was a gas explosion. Gas explosion, my fate. The police, forgetting that they already had an internal memo explaining and describing the actual occurrence. The fact that a suicide bomber was responsible for this very murderous and barbaric act. They shamelessly came on live televisions and began to turn the story around. That is what they do. And at the end of the day, still without shame, they now swallow their words back, and they have finally accepted that indeed it was a bomb explosion that was caused by what? A suicide bomber. And who are the people responsible for that? Of course, we know those who are suicide bombers in that contraption, that damnable place called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. And lives were lost as people were still contemplating what is going on. Abuja was next. Abuja was next without any provocation, without any reason. The day-to-day market, one of the, as they described it, one of the biggest parts or whatever. How do they put it now? Material market, building materials and the rest of it, where you can go and get almost everything in one place. They began an unprovoked fight in order to target and destroy the means of livelihood of the Biafran people. Because if not anything, that place probably is 90% Biafrans and maybe 99% Southerners, including, of course, our brothers of the Dudua Republic or Dudua Nation. They targeted that, and the Abuja minister, not really caring about the people who have lost millions and billions of their means of livelihood, he went ahead to do what? To say he want to close it, and of course he did close it. Want to carry out an investigation that they don't even know how to begin to do that. What you need to do is to arrest those who were responsible for that barbaric and evil act. But no, the victim must be punished again for doing nothing. I want to tell you, all of you Biafrans who are still living in the northern part of the zoo. If you are a Biafran and you reside outside of Biafra land, and you have decided, of course it is your choice, you have decided to remain at your location, then you must listen Listen to the advice our great general gave to our people in time past by. Listen to that advice, and I will tell you, if you decide to remain at your location, be it in the north or wherever, then you must earnestly put mechanisms in place to defend your life, your property, and of course, your businesses. This is the advice I will give you tonight. And I hope those who are in charge of all these markets, where the majority are Biafran people doing their businesses, you must make sure you take this advice very, very seriously. Very, very seriously. I'll leave it at that for now. Now in Biafra land, we have been witnessing, we have seen an orchestrated act of violence and barbarism and acts of what you can describe taking place in our land. It is very clear that the violence in Biafra land is part of a well-planned jihad against the Biafran people. It's been a long time that we have been hammering this into the ear of our people, but they do not hear. They do not hear, or they hear from one ear to go out from the other ear. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was very clear when he warned us about this time as far back as 2015. He warned us of what is happening now. He warned us that it's going to come. He asked for us to be ready. Some people were doing what? They were laughing at him. And now, said to go. But we must continue. Biafrans, with the exception of those who are core IPOB family members, they refused to take his warning seriously. Now the hour is upon us, and people are still groping in the dark. You're still, wondering what is going on, and some will even say IPOB is responsible. Those who are being used by the Nigerian establishment to create an environment of insecurity in our land should be ready for what is coming to them. Those of you who have made themselves available to be the vessels through which the enemy will implement their evil agenda in our land and against our people, I am telling you tonight is the 24th of May 2022. Go and write it. You must be prepared for what is coming to you. I want to let everybody know, those who are listening tonight, as far back as March of this year, some of these individuals inadvertently, unknowingly exposed their plan when they said that they will go after assemblymen and then the governors in Biafra land. Pay attention. It is this, information I'm giving you now is there. Is there on the social media. They made it clear that from March, and we are now in what month? March is gone, April and May, 2 months or thereabout after. They told us that they will go after assemblymen, and then after that they will go after the governors. People they will close their eyes as if they don't see. Their brain is blocked, they don't reason anymore. Even when you put this evidence before them, they will think that you're probably making a joke. We have now seen the result of that threat in the barbaric and gruesome, cold-blooded murder of the Anambra State Assemblyman. We have seen it. And we are also witnessing that these agents of Lucifer, that the work that they were given is to create a semblance of insecurity in our land for them to see if they can achieve their warped objective. These agents are not fighting for the restoration of Biafra. If they tell you they are not fighting for Biafra. Rather, they are fighting to stop the coming of Biafra. And our people must be aware of this and pay very, very good attention to this information. Now again, they want to put the lives of Biafrans resident in northern Nigeria into great jeopardy by the cowardly murder of a Hausa woman and some houses in Biafra land. And you people will ask yourself, our leader, who always tells us that he is fighting for every oppressed man and woman in the zoo, how can a structure he put in place now turn around and begin to do what, to commit such evil acts against those who are also suffering as we are suffering? We as a people, we do not have anything even against the normal Fulani person. Those of them they are also suffering from the quagmire that has become the zoological republic of Nigeria. And not to talk about the Hausa people. We have nothing against the Hausas as a race. We have nothing against the Oduduwa nation as a people. We have nothing against the Ibira or the Tiv, just name it. Even the Kanu. We have nothing against these normal people, because they are also suffering as we are suffering. So those who have made it a point to begin to attack in our land, what has never, it doesn't happen. Even with all provocations in the north, when they do their riot and attack our people and kill our people, you will see that most of the time the Biafra land is peaceful, because the only people that will fight his brother to protect a foreigner or a visitor or a stranger in their land is the Biafra people. This is our characteristics. We are hospitable people. Therefore, those who are residents in our land are safe, and anybody who deliberately and consciously begins to target these visitors in our land, I will tell you that the land of Biafra must pursue you, and the spirit of our ancestors must not let you be and must not let you succeed. Because what will happen is that if they continue on that path, then those millions of our relatives in the north, their lives will be put in very, very, very serious danger. Now, we also learned that the Nigerian security apparatus, they are planning, or they said they want to confiscate your machetes. They want to confiscate your hunting guns. You know, those hunters we have in our communities that go to the bushes and forests to hunt for a living. the Nigerian security, they are telling us that they will confiscate all these instruments that we use, because the machete we use them to cultivate in the farm. It's not really a weapon for us. It is something we use to produce, those of us who farm, and to cut trees and the rest of it, or to use in our compounds. These are what we use these things. Even the hoe, they want to take a hoe as well, because they don't want you to have any weapon, any iron-based weapon in your house, or instrument, not weapon now, any iron-based instrument at your home. Now, you must pay attention, because this is their methodology. They want your bows and arrows, they want your spears. This methodology of disarming their target victim before they let loose on you, before they attack you, they will use the security agents to disarm everything that you may have used to defend your family and defend your honor and defend your life, because they will think you may use it against those who will come to kill you. So they are following a known path. Biafrans, you must pay attention. The Nigerian government is in code, like apologies to General Theophilus Danjuma. The Nigerian military 100% is in code with the terrorist Fulani herdsmen. They are in code with the bandits that are terrorizing the Middle Belt and every other part of the zoo. They are in sync with their agenda. They are working together. If you don't understand that, then you cannot understand anything. And if you are a Biafran soldier, you are a Biafran in the security apparatus, and you raise your gun against your people, the land of Biafra, our ancestors, will wipe out your family and your generation. I tell you that on this very day, the 24th or 5th of May 2022. Because these people are using you against your own blood, and you cannot see it, you cannot reason. They will send you into your own land to shoot your people, and you will sheepishly obey because you want to obey command. Can you go in the north and shoot civilians, and they will let you come back alive? Stupid people and morons that call themselves military police. The invasion is on the way. They are about to invade Biafra land, our communities. Therefore, never you surrender to anyone. It does not matter who that person will be. Never you surrender to anyone your defensive objects. In fact, if you do not have anything that you can use to defend yourself, any iron-based material that you can use to defend, because self-defense is an international right. It's a human right. If you do not already have anything that you can use to defend yourself, go now and get one and bury them in the ground, for the rainy day is fast approaching. If they come to your house and they ask you, do you have any? Tell them you don't have any. And when that time comes, men, you must keep watch over your household. Our women, you must keep watch over your household. Our young men, you must keep watch over your household. Our young women, you must keep watch over your household. This battle, all of us must in one unison go into it. And like we say, Imba, and we shall come out victorious. Because Chukwokika is on our side. Because the spirits of our ancestors, they are on our side. Because the spirits that protect and guide the land of Biafra, they are on our side. We cannot retreat. We cannot be cowards in our land. We cannot in any manner relinquish the holy land of Biafra to those who are uncircumcised to come and take over and turn our land into a grazing land. It cannot and will not happen to Kwabiama. Biafrans, our BBC call and tweeting campaign is ongoing. Many of you will call once and you think it's over. This battle must be sustained. That is the uniqueness of IPOB. We sustain the battle even though we may have challenges. We do not waver, and we cannot waver. Use our leader as a point of contact. He cannot. He said he will not disappoint us, and I want to assure Biafrans that this leadership that he has put in place will not disappoint him. Neither will we disappoint the great Biafran people, the children of Chukwokika. We will not disappoint you. Our campaign against the British evil and fake narrative must continue. Nobody can help you. No one can do this for you. You must do it yourself. You must tell your story by yourself. Don't allow them to change the narrative. They are making us the victims to be the failure. Are we going to allow them to succeed? I say, may our ancestors forbid. May the land of Biafra reject, and may Chukwuabiama not allow them or allow us to even contemplate allowing the enemy to overwhelm us. They cannot and they will, and we shall not allow them to overwhelm us. Our objective, why we began this call and thing, must be achieved. Just do what you are asked to do. As we always say, do your part and let the leadership do their part. Do what you're asked to do. We know what our targets are as far as this BBC call and tweeting campaign is concerned. All of us must continue to call and tweet on this matter for the next 2 weeks. And if we achieve our objective, we will suspend or will postpone the campaign. If we do not, we will extend this campaign until we reach the destination.
Biafra, we'll be back after this. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra, we've got you covered. All right, welcome back. Of course, joining me tonight is Mazi Abanyam. He is the European rep, and of course, exposing what he knows best. Here in Constructive Arguments, we hit below the belt. And what I do is I play the devil's advocate, more like a referee. I am on no side. I am on the side of the truth. As long as the truth comes out, then of course we have done our job. Mazi, I'm going to take you to this one right now. And of course, it will be our last, but of course there might be question arising from this. Tell me, Mazi, IPOB United Kingdom. I don't know if Mazi is still with me. Mazi Abanyama, is still there?
I'm here.
All right.
I can hear you.
I'm just making sure that we haven't lost you. Now, IPOB United Kingdom, of course, used to be a powerhouse, if I can remember. Now, I want to ask you, what is going on with the IPOB United Kingdom? What exactly is happening? It seems not to be the powerhouse anymore. Can you please tell us what is happening with IPOB United Kingdom? I believe you have the knowledge of that. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mazi, as the European rep, I'm aware of whatever is going on in every part of Europe when it comes to IPOB movement. The United Kingdom is very, very pivotal in our struggle. Number one, this is the colonial master of the zoo called Nigeria. Number two, this is a country where our leader has their citizenship. Number three, this is the country where this IPOB was started. Our leader started IPOB in the United Kingdom. All our registrations are done in United Kingdom. So it is very, very pivotal, very, very important in our struggle. And a strong IPOB family in the UK is required. It's very, very necessary for us to make headway. So UK used to be a powerhouse, as you have just put it. But along the line, we started having, fallouts. It started when we had the second fallout, when their national coordinator left the struggle and joined another group. The family was in shambles. And then our leader appointed Dr. Justice Okachi Lewis, who was the former national coordinator. He came kicking off the pieces, working, together with me and his deputy Mazi and the rest of the hardcore IPOB family members we have in the UK. They work hard to bring UK back to its feet. UK started, blossoming again, started booming, started taking its place in Europe as one of the powerhouses we have in Europe here. But along the line again, when the deputy left the struggle, we started having issues in the UK again. UK started falling apart. Our leader made a change of leadership in the hope that bringing neutral, bodies into the leadership will, galvanize and unite the family again and make it as strong as it used to be. But this was the opposite happened. The problem continues, and the UK IPOB, started their nosedive into the abyss. And this particular leadership, headed by Mazi and myself as the European rep, we said we are not going to continue to let this IPOB powerhouse collapse under our watch, because our leader made it clear to me, Europe is in your hands. Whatever happens in Europe, whether good or bad, it is in your hands. If it's doing well, you take the glory. If it's doing bad, you take the blame. So working together with all the members of Directorate of State, we made sure that leadership is changed in the UK. As we are speaking right now, UK is coming back again in full force. Watch their rallies they had just recently at the BBC and the ones that they had at I think 10 Downing Street or so. You will see that the UK is revived. UK is coming again in good shape because we have managed to remove all those obstacles that the enemies planted in the UK to make sure that there is no progress. Because they know that if they capture UK IPOB, they have done us a very, very big damage. And this is what we did our best. We put effort together. We made sure that we rescued this family. We rebranded it, we revamped it, and we are now seeing the result of our labor, that the UK is not just talking for talking's sake. We need to, put our eyes on UK. They are new. They are going to go for open rally on the 30th of this month during our Heroes and Heroine Days anniversary. Only the UK has been allowed to go out and make an open protest. Every other IPOB family member is doing this indoors in the hall. their domiciles, for them to see pictures of what is going on and videos of what is going on in Biafra land, why we are agitating for freedom. We are telling our stories ourselves now. In the 1960s, 60s and the early 70s, it was the BBC. The victims become the accused. We become the aggressor while we are the victims. But today, we are telling our stories ourselves. So that's why this leadership have decided that this year's 30th of May should be conducted indoors, kind of a symposium, letting people sit down and relax and watch videos and pictures of the atrocities that the Nigerian government with their Fulani dominated oligarchies are doing in Biafra land to destroy our lives and to make sure that they dip their Quran in the Atlantic Ocean as their founding father, Ottoman Dambodio, had prophesied. But we are here to tell them that that's not going to happen. So this particular leadership has, took it upon themselves to ensure that the UK, which is a country that's very, very, very pivotal in this struggle, regains its place in Europe, because we are going to make sure that the United Kingdom goes after their citizens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was abducted, kidnapped in Kenya, tortured for 8 days, and renditioned without any due process to the zoo and jail. So until now, everybody can see that all the allegations against Nnamdi Kanu hold no water. So why is UK not saying anything about their citizens that have been kidnapped in this manner? Knowing fully well in the 1980s, when Omar Diko was about to be, kidnapped in London, when Buhari was the military president, Omar Diko was about to be, kidnapped in London. They have already kidnapped him, put him in a cargo to put in the Nigerian Airways when they still have airways, until it was detected. They need to open it. When they opened it, they saw that Omar Diko was there. So UK reacted by, cutting every diplomatic relationship with the zoo, arrested those who were involved in the kidnap, and jailed them, some 6 years, some 8 years. And I think with the zoo, they've had a diplomatic clash for more than 2 years or 3. But now, their own citizens, Obama being a Nigerian citizen, they did this because of him. Now their own citizens who travel with their passport was kidnapped in another country and renditioned to another country. They have not paid anything or done anything against this international crime that the whole world is marveled about. So we need to find out why this is the case. So the new leadership in the UK now, as I'm telling you, they are going to work assiduously to ensure that the United Kingdom do the needful and look for their citizens no matter what. So that's why I'm telling you right now that UK was collapsed, but now it's being resuscitated and is up and doing. Everybody can see it again. Thank you, Mazi.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. I tell you why I'm asking you that question, because I believe with IPOB in the UK, it is quite easy for us to hold the UK government accountable for all the things they are doing against our people, because the only language the international community understands this day is legal actions and litigation. I know that, protest is fine, but of course you need to back it up with legal, action, which we are doing right now, and I believe we are going in the right direction. All right, it is still constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. We'll be back after this.
This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra.
we've got you covered. All right, we've got you covered, and indeed so we hit below the belt. Mazi, talk to me about Finland. Of course, it is under your jurisdiction. How is IPOB in Finland doing? And of course, checkmating the very autopilots. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi. Thank you for that question again. Finland is, I will tell you in a nutshell, Finland is back in the hand of this leadership. Finland was about to be kidnapped. I have to be honest with you. That is where the leader of autopilot lives. And with his ulterior influence, he tried to hijack the family that we have there in Finland. The former national coordinator was the one who was, shouting on the top of his voice that something is going wrong with this particular person. He saw it before. I have to be honest. He saw that before every other person sees it. I took my time before I make a decision. I don't jump into conclusions without having facts and figures. So I told him to wait. You don't just jump, when you hear, like one of the proverbs in Igbo, I know, we don't do that. You don't just, start jumping without seeing a reason for that. So we waited. I was the one who made the contact and asked that particular gentleman to join IPOB. When our leader, commended him for his work in promoting the struggle, when our leader has finished broadcasting, he would take his time to analyze whatever our leader has said. People like to listen to him. Our leader commended him and commended other ones as well. He didn't just commend him alone. But he was the only one that our leader said to, do not let Satan enter you. Being a prophet, there's a reason why our leader said that. Do not let Satan enter into you. So this particular person, because in this platform we have decided not to mention names, but those who are aware of what is happening will know whom I'm referring to. I was, as a European rep, my job is to ensure that every family in Europe is doing well. So I took my time to make contact with this particular gentleman, asking him to join the struggle in the family in Finland. He said he's going to do that. After a while, I got information that he did not do that. I called him again. He said he's going to do that. He was there, but the COVID-19 is not making it possible for them to meet face to face. And then it comes to the issue of oath taking. He said he's not going to take oath for the reasons that he said to me that Nnamdi Kanu's name is in the oath, that we need to take those names of Nnamdi Kanu out from the oath. That what we are pursuing is Biafra.
Mazi, let me get this straight, Mazi. He said that he will not take oath because it has the names of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Is that what I'm hearing you saying?
Yes, here we are whiter than snow. That's what he told me, that we need to take that name out and replace it with Biafra, that we are pursuing Biafra and nobody's name should be there. Then I made it clear to him that, look, we have other agitators for Biafra. We have, Mazi was Rike, or Chief Raf was Rike. We have Tony Nnamdi. We have Emeka of Believe Human Rights and the rest of them. I said, if you don't put Nnamdi Kanu's name there, how are you going to know whom we are following? Because there are a lot of them going on. Then he said, okay, that the explanation is very, very, very correct. He understands it. But at the same time, he's not going to take the oath. If I would let him attend meeting without taking the oath. I said, yes. In the Directorate of State, we have not made oath taking compulsory for the whole world. But the countries, knowing themselves, and put the oath taking for every member. And I, as European rep, will not use my power to change what they have set us, because it's good for them. It's going well for them. So for that reason, if they let you come to meeting, you may go to meeting and maybe contribute your dues, but they may ask you to leave when they are discussing sensitive issues. So if you can take that, then that is fine. But I'm not gonna ask you to go to join them without taking oath, and I'm not gonna ask you to not to go and contribute if you want. So the family in Finland, we have to make that decision. So that's where we ended the conversation. He said he's not gonna take the oath. I said no problem. He said he has many other people who want to join the struggle, but this is what is holding them back. In his broadcast, a lot of people are calling in and they want to join the struggle, but the oath is a problem. I said, but we all of us are taking this oath and we are still alive. If you know that you are not going to betray the struggle, you are not going to commit any offense, you are not going to be a saboteur, what are you afraid of? I have taken the oath more than 300 or 500 times, because each time I leave somebody under oath, I'm also retaking that oath. So I'm not afraid of it, because I have no intention of betraying the struggle or anything that is going to be harmful to any member of IPOB. So I'm not afraid. So we left it at that. Then it comes to the time when he wants to interview our leader. Some people told our leader that that man is not under oath and he's not a family member, so he's not going to interview you. Our leader didn't know, because our leader thought that he has joined the struggle when I called him to join the struggle. So our leader asked the secretary to, ask him to cancel the interview, that he is not under oath. Then what I was told, I was not there, but I was told that immediately the secretary told him that, he said no, he's going to take the oath because he has a goal. He wants to achieve a goal. He knows that if he doesn't interview our leader, he wouldn't come closer to him to be able to deliver, to be able to, to unleash the every plans they have, giving him to implement. So then he took that oath. I don't know who administered the oath to him, but it was an online oath from USA to Finland. He took that oath. I don't know who gave him that oath, but that's how he took the oath. And then he interviewed our leader. After the interviewing our leader, he was able to get our leader's phone number, and then the rest is history. That's how it happened. So they have goals, they have ulterior motives. The reason why they come to this struggle. Now we can say it authoritatively that it is even coming. They are even exposing themselves. They just came to pretending we are fighting for our leaders' release, and then when this leadership carrying out the instruction from our leader that they sit at home, Monday sit at home, should be discontinued. This is a direct instruction from our leader. Discontinue it, but then put that sit at home whenever it's going to court or whenever this directorate is doing something. For example, when the impostor is coming to Biafra land, we put it at home. When 30th of May, we put it at home. When anything wants to happen that we don't like, we put it at home. That's how it is agreed. Because the economy of Biafrans is going to suffer the sit at home, because the zoo has no economy, so it doesn't even affect them. After all, they don't pay salaries. It can only work in a country that is civilized, where you don't owe salary. Because when you put it at home, the kind we have, it will affect the economy, and the government will quick to react to that and say, no, don't do that, because it's going to do this, it's going to do that. In the zoo, the economy is already in shambles, so they don't care. What is even more harmful to them is the ban of Fulani cows, because this will affect them directly. It will not affect our people. But some people, they are gullible. They wouldn't see what we are seeing from the Directorate of State. Sit at home is crumbling the economy of the East. The zoo don't care. But now the ban on Fulani cows is affecting them because we spend trillions of naira every year buying their cows. And this is the money they are using to arm the Fulani herdsmen to come into our land to kill our people, to rape our mothers and our sisters and kill them. And then also trying to say that you should give them ruga. Give them a land to make ruga. And when you give them that land, then forget your land. The land is gone. Within 5 years, they will take the whole state. We know this. Our leader has opened our eyes. We're not going to let any inch of our land into the hands of the Janjaweed, unless there's no Biafran alive. So this is what happened. The enemies came into this struggle with a total motive to destroy, to kill, and to maim, and to betray. But as we speak now, even some of the gullibles that joined them are coming back, begging to come back to the struggle. In Europe here, I know most of them who are already calling and begging to come back because they said, now we have seen that this guy leading us nowhere. Nowhere. Just to bring them out and deceive them, collect their money, and to do whatever you want to do with that. So there's a lot of things going on in IPOB Finland. And we have managed, let me tell you, because of the policies this Directorate of State has adopted, we started making sure that those who remain incorrigible, those who are hardcore autopiloters, because we don't just remove you because you're an autopiloter. We will first of all call you and ask you, why are you doing this? Do you have any questions that you need a clarification? What is your problem? If after this call and we couldn't solve the problem, we saw that this person has, crossed the Rubicon. He's not going to come back, and he's already been when the Janjaweed give you governorship, they will make you go and take their oath. And when you take that oath, you're going to kill your own people. You don't care anymore. So since some of them have crossed the Rubicon, they are not going to come back. Then we expel them. So when we started expelling people in Finland, and those who are bringing information to him, what is discussed in the meeting, what the directorate is doing, every other ones are gone. We expel all of them, and Finland is now quiet. So you can't hear him now come to boast that IPOB Finland, we are going to make it look stronger than Italy, stronger than Germany. No, that is no more the case. What we have in IPOB Finland now is a new family that is strong and that is behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and this leadership of IPOB 100%. That's what I can tell you about Finland. Finland is back into our hands fully. We are not missing word in that. IPOB is one family.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. And of course, for our viewers who are listening, it is still constructive argument. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. All right, we are hitting below the belt, and of course, my guest this evening, he is Mazi Abanim, our European rep, doing what we do in IPOB. It is called accountability, telling us how he has been running Europe, and of course, as you can hear, he is telling you straight up the way it is. Mazi, before I let you go, because this seat is very hot, but I see please tell me, people are saying, why is DOS, why is Mazi Chik? Because when they call DOS, they always call Mazi Chik Edoziem. But thank you for explaining what is DOS. Because as far as I know, DOS is not one person's name, it is an umbrella. Why? People are asking this question, and I'm going to put it straight to you. I'm going to put it the way they are saying it. Why is Chik Edoziem chasing away everybody, firing everybody from IPOB? By the time our leader comes out, he might have chased away everybody. Now tell me, Mazi, when people are expelled from IPOB, is it in line with our code of conduct? Please go ahead.
Yes, man. Thank you so much for that question. As you see, I said it before. We don't just fire somebody because we hear that he or she did this or that. We always seek for contact. We ask the coordinator of that area to contact the person, talk to the person, enlighten the person. Even if that person wants to speak with me, I wouldn't mind to call the person and hear the person's story, questions, or concern, and then we try to see how we can solve it. Chinedu has no pleasure in expelling anybody from IPOB. Anybody that you see that Chinedu announce his or her name for expulsion, that person, like I said, has crossed the Rubicon. It's not going to come back. So, we have a lot of people who are still maybe dangling or dangling into the autopilot, and we are not going to fire them. Some people have one leg here and one leg there, and we are monitoring them. We have even other ones who, as things are now in this struggle, like I said at the beginning, the facts are, open for everybody to see that those who ran to this autopilot in the beginning, in the hope that they are fighting corruption, in the hope that they are exposition, what they call exposition, it is a truth, the truth that they are hearing. At the end of the day, the DOS, as I tell you right now, we don't have fund. The Directorate of State don't have fund. There is no portfolio that has a fund. If our leader sends you to an errand, you have to use your money to go to run that errand. So that's why when he said to you that the freedom fighting is not for abject war, that's what he meant. If you cannot use your money to run an errand, then why should our leader give you money for transport, give you money for feeding, give you money for when he sends you to an errand? You should be able to do that as a member of DOS. You are not just an ordinary IPOB member. You are a member of DOS. So we don't have any funds. Whatever we are doing, we do it from our pocket, because the higher you go in this struggle, the more you spend. There's no other way about it. And let me make it clear, none of the DOS that I know here is paid. We are all employed. We all have our income. We make our income by going to work. Like I said to you, I just came home from work before I joined you on this program. So that's what some people, when they tell you DOS is criminal or DOS that, nobody in the DOS can, like I said, we live in different continents, come from different parts of Biafra land. There's no way you can bring money for us to share. It's not possible. How can we share that money? Who is going to get the money first? And how are you going to share it? So we don't have any fund, no account that belongs to DOS. And nobody in IPOB can tell you that I have paid money to the DOS before. There is no account called DOS account. So when they tell you that DOS is criminal, they ask them which account you pay the money to them, or whom did you pay that the money to? Where is the evidence? Not just coming and yapping all over the place, trying to denigrate the names of the hardcore people who are working day and night. Sometimes our meetings in DOS will start from the evening and end early in the morning. Without sleeping, you go to work. This is a sacrifice we are making for this. So Chinedu is not firing anybody or not expelling anybody that is innocent. It is better, just like the Bible said to you, it's better you cut one of your finger that will lead you to hell and go to heaven with 9 fingers. That's what we are doing. We are cutting out those parts of the body that are going to corrupt the rest of the body if we leave it to continue. When we have seen that this particular person is incorrigible and has crossed the Rubicon, we're not going to let it continue, because when you leave them to continue, it's going to destroy the rest of the body. So cut one finger that will destroy the whole body and go to heaven with 9 fingers. That's what we are doing. And let me give you one example again.
Go ahead, please.
When the American women in America, I will call them the Igbo women in America, or Biafran women in America. They say they want to come and make free Nnamdi Kanu rally in the UK. Okay? And they said every country needs to give them 2 women around the world. I was the one, and some of my colleagues, we ran around calling all our national coordinators to bring 2, hardcore women to join them. I tell you the facts. The women we gathered and sent to these particular women from America, we don't have up to 10% that are still with the IPOB today. They corrupted all of them in their forums. They put them in their forums and bombarded them with all these autopiloters, all this rubbish that they are, concocting against the struggle that holds no water, So those women, only 10% I can tell you that came back alive and still in the struggle. The rest were corrupted, and they even started fighting against the leadership. Those who called them to go and join this protest, join these women, support them for the sake of Nnamdi Kanu. It's not going to be, okay when they come all the way from the United States of America to make protests in Europe, and we don't send our own women to join them. That's why we made that decision to solidarize with them, to make sure that they are not alone, that we also care for our leader. But alas, we didn't know that they came with ulterior motive to destroy what we have built together. But as I'm telling you, IPOB is immovable. IPOB, no one can destroy. It is divinely ordained. They won't watch it.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the last question, Mazi, the last one before I let you go. There has been an allegation flying around. They say that DOS doesn't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out from jail. Now, what assurance are you giving to Biafra that is not the case? And also that our leader is coming out as soon as possible? Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, that question is a very important question. Yeah, I'm sure that most Biafrans are asking the same questions. The funny thing is, some of the people who are making these allegations are supposed to know better, supposed to be working with the leadership of this struggle, because nobody loves Nnamdi Kanu than the DOS. Nobody, not even his family members. I'm telling you this now, it's a fact. Nobody spends time, energy, and resources for the sake of Nnamdi Kanu's release than this particular DOS member. Nobody. So anybody who is saying that DOS doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu to come out, you just go and watch them properly. They are not with us, because it is very, very clear that Nnamdi Kanu set this particular structure together. And the work of the enemy immediately Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and rendition is to destroy the structure so that they can kill him or do whatever they want with him. And we said no, over our dead body. ESN is now strong. They wanted to destroy ESN by, using their connections to go and bribe them, corrupt them with money, because our leader told you that these are volunteer army. Volunteer army doesn't fight because of money. They fight because of the, because of the freedom. So there's no amount of money you give them that will, be equated to that freedom that they are fighting for. It is a movement. It is an ideology. You can't replace it with money. So, but these guys try to come and use money to lure some of the weak-minded ESN people away. And they lost their places in IPOB. When you expel them, then these guys will use them to go and start destroying things every Monday. They call it sit at home. That has been, called off. This is what they are doing. So nobody in the Directorate of State, not even a member of the Directorate of State, talk less of Mazi, nobody has the plan to betray the struggle, because we are on serious oath to restore Biafra. And then Nnamdi Kanu's release is top on our agenda. Look at what is happening in the case in the zoo called Nigeria. There were 15 count charges. How much is left now? 1. So we tell you that when we tell you that we are working assiduously, we are not just mincing words. What we do, people are expecting the member of DOS to come on social media to speak what we are doing or what we want to do. We don't have time for that. We are too busy to come to social media to blab. We don't do that. But if you have eyes, you are going to see the result of what we are doing behind the scene. We are working behind the scene in many areas, not just on the legal issues that you are seeing. There are many areas where we are fighting to make sure that our leader is released unconditionally and very soon. And those who are telling you or telling people that the DOS doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu out, they will bury their faces in shame. Whoever they are going to be shamed. And Nnamdi Kanu will know who is who when he comes out, because we are keeping the records. We are keeping the records. Those who are now trying to betray the struggle, those who are trying to destroy what Nnamdi Kanu has put together, when he comes out, we will ask him to open his eyes, because not everyone that calls Father will go to heaven. That's what the Bible told us. Now we know them, because when you are not at home, then you know who is really your own friend, whom you can trust. When you come back, everybody will become your friend again. So we are checking to make sure that we keep records of who says what and who did what, now that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. But the results are there for everybody to see that this Directorate of State is working assiduously, working relentlessly with everything that we have to show that our leader is released. Like I said, those who are criticizing and denigrating the name of DOS will bury themselves in shame. Thank you so much, Mazi.
All right, thank you very much, Mazi, for that.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
All right, Mazi Abanyim is on the hot seat this night. Mazi, thank you very much for such an accountability, and that is what we expect of our leaders in IPOB. Since we say we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, then we don't have a problem giving account to our people of what is happening in the leadership. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
You're welcome, Mazi.
All right, there you have it, great Biafrans. It is yet another day on Constructive Argument here on Radio Biafra. Constructive Argument is all about accountability. There is no such thing about because they are in power, they will not talk to Biafrans. I don't think that is the case. That is why we try as much as we can to bring our leadership here on this show so that they can account to the people they are leading. My job is to play the devil's advocate, to get all the questions, analysis that you need. And of course, this evening, you have had it. It is Constructive Argument.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the surface of this very planet we call Earth. We welcome you to another exciting, explosive, earth-shattering edition of our twice weekly, I bet for this week, we shall make it twice weekly broadcast here on Radio Biafra, radiating out to the entirety of humanity from where we are stationed this very day. The time now in the blessed land of Biafra is precisely a minute past 7 p.m. in the evening. I welcome you, and as I do so, I will, of course, encourage you to welcome those who are around you. And as it is usual and customary for us, I will say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because we are the only people who are listened to genuinely across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet. We are live. We are direct, and heaven is bearing us witness. Because everything we preach on this very noble platform, everything that we say must come to pass, because we are under divine instruction from heaven to preach that very gospel that Elohim has mandated for us to preach, that His kingdom may be restored upon the face of this very earth. We want to build the kingdom of heaven on this earth before we go to meet God later on. That was why Biafra was sent into Africa, that the light of creation may bathe all those who believe that Biafra should be restored. The same way it is with Israel. That all those that bless Israel will be blessed, those that curse Israel will be cursed. The same way in Africa, those that support the restoration of Biafra, they will be blessed. Everybody, every entity, every nation, everybody. If you rise up against Biafra, heaven will rise against you, and you will fall. And that is why the zoo is perambulating in idiocy and stupidity. They have lost their way and they can no longer come out. That is why we ceaselessly and, should I say, relentlessly offer praise, adoration, exaltation, and glory to the Most High. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. I am also the director of Radio Biafra, the most listened to broadcaster coming out of Africa. I am the director of Biafra Television, but above all and by the grace of the Most High God Almighty, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, Chukwukika Biama Prumihanine, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are successful at what we do because we are scrupulously clean, unblemished. We are as successful as we are today because God in heaven is with us. We are as exceptional as we are today because unlike any other, we remain whiter than white and whiter than snow, unblemished. We don't steal, we don't gossip, we are not traitors, we don't backstab. Our focus is on the restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth, and that is Biafra, and that's what we're here to do. And that is what we are determined to accomplish this very year, or the zoo will sink. I said this year, or the zoo will sink, so that they understand how serious we are, because this nonsense can no longer continue. I welcome you. We are simulcasting on a whole range of platforms, because we know that night follows day, that Facebook will mess up. And somebody quite rightly reminded me that should Facebook mess up again, especially when I am on a quest of actually imparting knowledge to our people, that I must also return to that very topic. Because you quite sensibly observed that I am always in the habit of deviating away from the point that I was making prior to the rude interruption of those that work for Facebook in Nigeria. I do not expect this evening to be an exception. I expect them to attack us, but we are now very sensible. Because this very broadcast you're listening to, if you want to listen and of course to see all the visuals and the graphics, the pictures, the comments and the videos, you must go to my page, Nnamdi Kanu, on Facebook. I have, I think, roughly about 200,000 likes, because they will not show the amount of followers that I have, because the people following me are greater than those who've actually liked my page. And because of that, the Yorubas that work for Facebook, they prefer to show the lower number. All the same, it is about 300,000 people. There are other ones opened up by DSS. Please do not go to those ones. They will capture your details, they will capture your data, and they'll start hunting you down without us knowing. You must always, every blessed day, go to my page at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are there live and direct. We are also live on Radio Biafra page. Radio Biafra page, a whole host of people are also hosting watch parties. As a matter of fact, we are on Radio Biafra app, and I'm also glad to announce that Igwacha has been restored. Our mega station in Igwacha is now functioning. I was told reliably before we came on air. I can also tell the Radio Biafra app is up and running and very clear. We are on satellite and will encourage those who can afford it right across the entire damnable Zoological Republic, including Biafra land, to please go and get yourself a strong decoder. Strong, we are on satellite. Radio Biafra can be received on satellite the same way that you receive Channels TV and all the other Lagos Ibadan Expressway gutter media. We are on satellite. Please, this is something people need to know. And the dish and the decoder doesn't cost more than 7,000 naira only. With 7,000 naira only and some fuel in your generator, you should be able to listen to Radio Biafra as regularly as you would like to. Very, very important. We are also on a whole host of other applications as well. We are on Garden Radio, as you well know. We are on Tuning. We are on Sweet Radio. We are also on Simple Radio. If you go to any of these places and say, how can I listen to Radio Biafra? They will take you to one of our platforms. And also there are those who are streaming live on YouTube as well. Uninterrupted, I must say. But for those who are on my page, that are the very stubborn ones like me. They must stay. That is where the hardcores are. Those who are giving our enemies sleepless nights. Facebook will do all they can, but we are Biafrans, we are IPOB, we always prevail, we always win. In the end, we always win. As I said from the beginning when we started this very movement, in the end, we always win. Let me very quickly give praise and adoration to the Most High, without whom we would not be here today. I am a very religious person, very deeply religious man, as some of you may have gathered, but my own religiosity does not come with stupidity. It doesn't. My eyes are very open. My brains are working very well, because I have the ability to discern, to know when I'm being lied to, and to also know when I'm being told the truth. Here we have chosen to speak the truth always, regardless of the consequences. That was the truth that I spoke, and they came to my house to kill me, and they killed 28 of my men. As a result of that, my parents died. I also lost my cousin, Adako, and Jack, my dog, as a result of speaking the truth. It is a very costly business, speaking the truth. But here we must speak it, all the days of our lives, because that is our covenant with the Most High, whom we are now going to give every praise and adoration. I will, of course, encourage you to bow down your heads wherever you are, because we are going to preach this very gospel unadulteratedly. Hey, for you both, I must be exact. I have to be exact. Makandiuchu, I have to be exact. Let us pray to the Most High. I will pray in English today because there are some people that told me they'll be listening from Eastern Europe, that I should try and pray in English as well so that they too can follow. And that is what I'm going to do this very evening. Please, if we may. Because the promise of Elohim to the king of Israel, David, is this: that whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will always rest in the shadow of the Almighty, and that is where IPOB is today. And that is why we are untouchable, not because we are strong, not because of anything extraordinary about us, not because we are superhuman. We occupy the preeminence we enjoy today out of thy grace, O Heavenly Father. And this evening your children are gathered all over the world to say to thee that you are our refuge and our fortress, you are our Lord and our God, and in you we repose every trust. We have no strength of our own, no strength whatsoever. Though the enemies encompass us about, you are going to save your children, because your words are yea and amen. You don't retract it because you're God. What you have spoken, it must come to pass. And your promise to our ancestors is that Biafra will be restored. Only if you can seek your face. And this generation of IPOB, we have sought your face. We don't worship idols. Never, ever, ever. And that is why you are piloting the affairs of this very noble movement. This IPOB that we dedicate to your grace this very evening, that you may have mercy upon us, that you may confound and confuse our enemies. As always, they will flounder. They will speak things they do not know about. They think they are slandering us, O Heavenly Father, but they are helping in their own little blackened way to propagate your gospel. Because those we never knew before, now they know us as a result of the work of our enemies. We give you praise and adoration. We honor thee and we bow before thee. We ask thee to come and take control, to come and take charge of our proceedings this evening. Because you said you will cover us. With your feathers, O Heavenly Father, and under your wings shall we take refuge. Today we proclaim that this very IPOB, this very unstoppable movement to restore your kingdom upon the face of the earth, as you promised the ancients, we do so. Singing your praise, O Heavenly Father, we do so. Enabled by your glory that encompasses about, we do so. Knowing that pestilence can never strike us down in darkness, nor shall any plague, including coronavirus, destroy your handiwork. Because many will fall. Those who never believed in us before, now they believe. Those who thought that we were mad before, as a result of all our proclamations, today they now know that we are speaking the truth that you gave us to speak. That is why everything that I utter comes to pass. Every prediction, every prophecy comes to pass in the lives of men. That is why you have mercy upon us. And that is why Biafra will come, that we may rebuild your holy temple. Restore your presence in Arochukwu as it was of old. That your blessing may dwell amongst us, and every nation will come to Biafra land to pay homage to thee, because you are eternal, because you are everlasting, because you are the Ancient of Days, you are the Lord of the hosts of all the heavens and beyond. You are, and only thee is the creator of the universe. That is why this evening we proudly proclaim that we have no other God apart from thee, that we shall not bow before any other God apart from thee, that this same God of Abraham and Isaac and of Jacob, this same God of Eli, this same God of God that begat Eli, from which way and Aguneri came from where Biafra sprang from, we shall bow before thee and give you honor and praise, adoration and exaltation, now and forevermore we pray. He said, For a while, I was in the spirit, and this evening we must preach this very gospel. I promised you, somebody reminded me, because as I said, I go through every comment on my Facebook page and those on my Twitter. If you have not joined us on Twitter, I encourage you to do so. Try and register with Twitter and then follow me the same at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Twitter. I think I have about 153,000 followers on Twitter. Go and join us there for the speedy propagation of this divine gospel from heaven, that mankind may know that we mean business, and that is to restore Biafra, which is exactly what we are doing. Once again, I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. Sometimes you may disagree on some points, maybe around our direction, our dimension, perhaps sometimes bordering on our philosophy and our approach. And I also have noticed sometimes perhaps there are some slight, should I say, deviation from a point of convergence when it comes to issues that matter to our people, matters of spirituality. But here we must speak the truth, because we have determined, as directed by heaven, that the truth must be preached and spoken. We may disagree, sometimes to agree. I can assure you there are no ill feelings. We are preparing ourselves to run a very vibrant democracy in Biafra land. In Biafra land, there will be freedom of speech. It doesn't matter what it is. You have every right to say it. And let the majority decide and judge who is right and who is wrong. That is why we are very, very confident that our arguments are superior. Superior morning, noon, and night. It doesn't matter when you come. If you come, we'll cross you with facts and with figures. Because we are learned. And we are learned. For those who may not know, that is why they say, why is it all the time? People say that this IPOB, that what? Because we are learned. Before we present any issue, before we tackle any problem, we distill it 4 times. Quadruple distillation of the facts. And in your chaya and comma, we see what goes into the good part, what goes into the bad part, and what is salvageable if there is any. That is who we are, that is where we operate. We just don't come out and run with any issue. We digest it very well, so that any points we generate as a result of it is explosive and decisive, as we're going to do this evening. I thought before that we had buried the issue of some people referring, as I promised, that very Biafran who informed me. Remember, you said you're going to be nice to everybody on Wednesday, and I said yes. I'm going to be very, very nice today. I'm not going to, should I say, wake people up. I'm not going to insult anybody if you feel offended by the way that I speak. But the crux of the matter remains that the style of delivery which I have, Elohim gave to me to give, or the means through which this message ought to be delivered, remains there. We're not going to touch it. This is going to be as interactive as possible. And I will try to get somebody, please. I am not asking you to call me on WhatsApp. At the end of this very session, I will take questions on WhatsApp by text only, not calls. I'm not asking you to call. But I would need somebody who will be on WhatsApp regularly and steadily to help me, to help everybody who is listening to navigate through this program this evening. And I also encourage you, all of you who are listening, to try and do the same. This is what we're going to do today, so we understand. I want to bury the issue of Niger Delta, because I came across something before I came live on air. That some people have, sometimes out of shame, they have clung on to a dying name, Niger Delta. They have clung on to it. Not out of any firm conviction that their position is correct. They are doing so out of shame and humiliation, because they do not know what to tell their Janjaweed masters from the caliphate anymore. They have taken money. When you have taken bribe over the years, when you have been bought over, you have no conscience anymore. It is only shame. As I used to say to my Ikure brothers and sisters, in 2012, I told the Ikure brothers and sisters, you are evil. Some said, no, we are not Igbo. I said, you are Igbo. They said, no, we are not. I said, because you were trained with money, ill-gotten wealth from abandoned property. Out of shame, that is why we say Igbo is not Igbo. Because you stole properties belonging to your own flesh and blood. And lo and behold, they all repented. They repented that today as I speak to you, Igbo is one of the strongest lands we have IPOB in. Very strong and formidable. They understand it. These are the people that I respect. When you make a mistake, you say, we made a mistake. And you repent from it. The same mistakes that the Igbos made after the war. Instead of going to Cross River, instead of going to Epic, to Bibian, to Jagan, to Ekoi, going to Oron, going to Anang, going to Ison, going to everywhere they need to go, to Shekiri, everywhere. Go even to Anioma, go to Benue, go to Egala land to say we are one. Mistakes were made. There is something called magnanimity. When you are in a position of power, in a position of authority, it is up to you to be magnanimous. They failed to show that leadership. That's what we're suffering today. And I have apologized time and time again for the failure of the post-war leadership, especially in Igbo land, for not going and uniting their people, for allowing the Janjaweed to use somewhere like Gowon to decimate our land. That today, when people speak of Igbo land, they will just say just the 5 core states. Forgetting that everybody is Igbo. Everybody is Igbo. I said everybody in the East, you are Igbo. This evening, we bury this Niger Delta rubbish completely, so they will never resurface again. I want to showcase the stupidity of those that still refer to themselves as that. I want to showcase it so that the world will know. It is quite interesting that I'm coming on air when I posted something yesterday regarding somebody that was beating a white man to stupor in America because the white man called him nigger. He was upset. But this is the name that people are proudly calling themselves in Nigeria, which is Nigeria. A very proud name that some people who are not well educated are calling themselves, oh, we are nigger Delta. They don't know the meaning of it. Some, or should I say, one of them had the temerity, or should I say the audacity, to question this. I call it the sanctity of my assertions. I call it sanctity. Because before I come here to proclaim anything, I research it 4 times. Quadruple distillation. So that anything we speak is pure and refined. Now listen very carefully. We are doing what we are doing because people wonder, why do we do things? Why do you agitate the way you do? I want to address some of the problems that people have. Why do you have this agitation the way you do it? You insult the elders, you insult the children, you insult the pastors. I said yes, because they're doing something wrong. When you go wrong as children, your parents flog you. Not because they hate you. Your mother is the person to discipline you more. Your mother disciplines you more than your father does. When it gets out of hand, she will say to you, oh, I will tell your father when your father gets back. And you know you're in serious trouble. Does it mean your mom hates you? All that time, as a little child, you're misbehaving and you're being punished or disciplined. Does it mean your mother hates you? It's because she loves you. Because I'm sure when you listen to the song from Chris Nicon back, I think Sweet Mother, you start dancing to it. Do you remember all the punishment you received from your mom? No, because she was doing it for your own good. The same way it is with us here on Radio Biafra, from this platform. The same way it is with IPOB. Anything we tell you, no matter how painful it sounds, is because we want you to be a better person. Because if you're better, we are all better off. We are not looking for a Biafra where not 1% will be comfortable. No, we want everybody to be comfortable. And for us to achieve that, we all must reason at least above a particular threshold. The minimum threshold for reasoning must be attained for you to sustain any civilized society, or else you'll be like the zoo called Nigeria. Today, where everybody knows that there is no head of state, there is no president, there is no vice, there is no army chief. Everybody knows that Asorok is empty. I said everybody knows. But out of fear out of fear and what I call parochial interest, they've all kept quiet. And people are dying, and people are suffering, yet they're all quiet. And now I'm struggling to understand how I can be nice to these people that have seen reason and have refused to acknowledge it. Now, do you understand where the anger comes from? That we not anger born out of hatred, but anger born out of concern for the well-being of everybody. How can you be a leader and you hate people? How is that possible? Of course it's not possible. You admonish people. It doesn't mean you hate them. It doesn't mean you don't want them in Biafra. Of course not. We want everybody to come along. And I also want, the way I tackle Yoruba is because I actually love them, as a matter of fact. I want them to change from their old bad ways and see the folly, see the mistakes they have made, take corrections and become a better people. That is it. Have I, ever since I researched and I realized how good the Hausa people are, do I castigate Hausa people? Because I know in the men they are very good people. Forget about the very horrible influence of Fulani Janjaweedism over them. The Hausa people are very good people. Do you hear me castigating them? Sometimes, if any of you grew up in the village, you will know that that very child that the mother loves to discipline the most is the one she loves more than the rest of the children. That's the way it is. Because she wants that very child to be useful. I want you to situate, or should I say, contextualize what we are saying within this. It is born out of love and affection, not to do with hatred. If we hate people, we can kill them. We have the men to do it. If you want you to die, you would. If I say you will die tomorrow morning, you will die tomorrow morning. I can do it. But Elohim said, no, that is not the job I sent you. You must speak sense into them. And that's exactly what we are doing. Why would you hate? As they say in the village, if you hate somebody, you allow that child to put his or her finger in the fire. But if you love a child and you see the child putting his or her finger in the fire, you admonish that child. The baby will cry, if you notice. Now you're going to understand us. I promise that I'm not going to insult anybody, and I won't today. But I want you to listen very, very attentively, please. The Biafra we are building is a Biafra of free men and women who can think, who can stand up and say that our president is dead. What is happening? Why are you people not following the constitutional procedure? Where that fails, they will say to those in charge, you will all go to prison. And they will all go to prison. That is the nation we want to build. Because if there are no sanctions when you break the law, everybody will do as they like. Is there anything I've told you before that is a lie? I keep asking already, is there anything I've told you before that is a lie? When I told you that Magu was corrupt, did you believe me? When I was campaigning for you to Kanu to come out to this, did you believe me? When I said the entire Fulani is corrupt, did you believe me? But now, we've not even started though, and they are investigating them in the USA. More is coming. Today is Magu not implicated in fraud and corruption. I cannot knowingly cast aspersions over anybody who is innocent. If I do mistakenly, I will apologize for it. But anytime I'm saying something, I'm pointing there telling you Asorok is empty. When I announced in July of 2017 that Buhari is dead, I knew what I was saying. How many years ago now? Now some of you, at least about 80% of you, have now agreed. But out of fear and cowardice, you cannot say anything. We want to build a country of free men and women. Not the same type of useless independence we have in Africa today. Where when somebody speaks, you can pick them up and you lock them up, you kill them. No! No! Because sometimes you learn something from criticisms. You do, you learn from it. Without people deciding you, how can you will think you are God or something. So sometimes criticisms, at least objective ones, allow you to see yourself as a mere mortal, which we all are. And you can also learn, I've said it many times, I don't want people that sing praises all the time, no. I want to know what you're thinking genuinely and honestly within you. Because I'm going to learn from it. I always learn. I learn every day. I read every day. That is the mindset we are going to have when we go into Biafra. That every criticism is valid. Very, very valid. It may be done out of malice, it doesn't matter. At least it will keep you on your toes and remind you never to fail. It's like somebody saying to you in those days, this child is not going to be useful to your parents. You now go out to prove to them that you will be more than useful to your parents. That's the way it is. So you must see it that way. Now what we're going to do is very simple. I want everybody, please, those who have spare gadget, internet access, go to your internet and type in something very simple and common. Very simple and common, please. I want it posted on the page as well, please. I want it posted. Something very simple and common, not too difficult, not too complex. Just a simple Google search. Because I want to cure those in Niger Delta of their disease tonight once and for all. So that anybody saying, opening his or her mouth to say, I am a Niger Deltan, you know how foolish that person is. I won't be the one to insult them. You will be the one to insult that very person. Now listen very carefully. I want you to go and look at the origin of the word Niger. Please. The origin of the word Niger. Do you know what I find? When Google returns the results for Niger, which is Niger, Niger is, you have River Niger, is that correct? You also have Niger Republic, which is French pronounced Niger, we know it's Niger. You also have a state called Niger in the zoo, called Nigeria, or Nigeria. You also have the people that hide, should I say, their ignorance under the canopy of Niger Delta, which cannot be established culturally, linguistically, or socially. Because before you go into a union with the people, you must have something in common. I have established the historical and immovable, should I say, pointer as to what binds us together as Biafran people. Anybody whose mom ties two-piece wrapper, it is cultural, it is also social, and it's historical. Now, I want them to prove to me what binds a man from Ogoja that you have to travel through Ibanke, travel through Anioma, travel through Anambra, travel through Enugu, you have to travel through Ebonyi to get to Ogoja. I just want the rationale. I want to understand the rationale behind anybody putting a Benin, and somebody from Ogoja, based on what? I asked them. They cannot answer me. Have you done what I asked you to do, please? Have you Googled Niger? Say, where did the word Niger come from? It's something so simple and easy. Where did it come from? From where? You will notice one thing immediately. Do you know what you notice? You will notice that there is nothing called Niger. Actually, it's actually Niger. Every result you see returned is Niger. Not Niger anymore. It's Niger. Which is to tell you that Niger is actually the corrupt version of it. I want you to click that one. There is one called Origins of the Word. Niger. Colon. Origins of the Word. You will see it if you're using a laptop to do your search. It should come up as number 2 on your search results on Google. Please, what we are doing this very evening is a bit mundane, but it is very, very important that we learn how to educate ourselves and to reason properly. Because God Almighty said, if people cannot reason very well, I cannot give you Biafra. That is why we have been spending years and years educating our people at least to be able to reason properly. If you go to that very note, you will see what is, let us look at it, forget about even the meaning of its origin. Where did it come from? And then you will now begin to understand what they have done to us. What they have done to us. Nobody knows. Now, what they tell here is Nigritia. Now, Nigritia is a region in Central Africa nearly equivalent to Sudan, the home of the most pronounced type of Negro race. Negro race. Are you listening to me very carefully? That is one explanation. And then they analyzed it what it is from Niger. And then they kept going. Now, listen, you'll be shocked, oh. Listen, please. The name Nigeria first appeared in print, according to Dr. Meek, in 1960. It appeared, Dr. Meek wrote in 1960, the first time that anybody ever heard of the name Nigeria was in 1897. I will come to this later on. It was the title of an article, listen carefully, in a leading newspaper written by Miss Flora Shaw. Miss Flora Shaw. And only Flora Shaw can tell the whole world, maybe from beyond the grave, why she brought this name, Niger, to give it to Nigerians. So before 1897, the history of your ancestors never existed. As a race, you didn't exist. Now, I want you to understand that this is the reason why Europeans, white people, don't have respect for African people. I want to point it out to you. Now, because if a little white child is going through his or her history book, and yes, Daddy, I want to know about Nigeria. Well, Nigerians, the child will read that Nigeria never existed until 1897, when an English girl, her name is Miss Flora Shaw, wrote an article in a newspaper, in the Times actually, mentioning Nigeria for the very first time. Now, if that child is sensible, that child will ask you, but does it mean people didn't exist in Nigeria before 1897? What will you answer that child? Therefore, anybody who subscribes to this Nigeria, Niger this, Niger that, what you're saying is that a white man is superior to you, number one, not me saying it, but you. And number two, that you had no history. You never existed until you adopted this name. Do you see why this name has to go? Do you understand why this name has to go? Now, we continue. If you continue further, you will now go back to the search results again after the origin. You will see Niger. Wikipedia says Niger. A brief history of the world's greatest taboo. Niger, N-I-G-G-E-R. No more Niger, everything is Niger. All the way through is Niger. In fact, they're saying, where did the N word come from? One says, the definition of nigger, what does it mean? It is all there for you to see. This is a name that some people decide to call themselves. If you call a black man nigger in the UK or in Europe or in America, you go to prison. Now I'm asking myself, on what basis should people get upset when they're called a nigger by a white man? You say it's racist. On what basis? Why should you get upset when a white man calls you nigger? Why? Because the most populous, allegedly, black country in the whole world is Nigeria. Their names are nigger. They are nigger. People that come from a nigger area. So why should you get upset when a white man calls you nigger? Why? I keep asking that. Why? And now on top of that, and what does nigger mean? Nigger means darkness, evil, bad. You are in Nigeria, a place called Niger, and somebody is saying that even our own delta, where a river, which is Orimiri, flows into the sea, they are putting on the apparel of another nigger. Inside the nigger already, double darkness. And that is why I want that picture posted of Nigeria to see how dark it is. In the southern part of Biafra, in the coastal region. People don't know when they use their mouth to bring curse upon themselves. And I keep asking them, you have given birth to a son or a child, or maybe you're planning to get married one day to give birth to children. Are you telling me that you're going to name your child absurdity? Is that what you're telling me? Are you going to tell me that you're going to name your child evil? Are you telling me you're going to name your child nigger? Of course not. Of course not. Then I'm asking you, why should you accept it? a name, a derisory, insultive name. You say Nnamdi Kanu insults you all the time. But the name you're answering is an insult. The white girl that gave it to you didn't give it to you out of love or any care or concern. Gave it to you out of derision. She wants to dehumanize you. They anglicized it. Nigeria is nigger. That's the correct one. But that is why, can you see that if you go to Google and you put in where did the word Niger, didn't put nigger, where did the word Niger, everything you see is nigger all the way through. Because they can't lie. Can you see it now? So when you say I'm a proud Nigerian, you're saying I'm a proud darkness. Let me go to somebody who sent it to me. I don't have their name. Their name is not here. Somebody sent this thing to me on WhatsApp right now as we speak. Let me see what the person's name is. See if we have their name here. He's a retired professor. I'm not mentioning his name. He is a retired professor of medicine and biomedical engineering at UNN. He sent this thing to me. I won't mention his name. But right now he is a visiting professor to Futo. These are the people that listen to us. He sent me something now. This means he is following. And Prof, thank you very much. He is following. He sent me the Wikipedia. He sent me the origins of the word. And also, he's asking for Niger. Don't forget. But they're sending him results on nigger. Everywhere is nigger. Now, do you understand it? Now, do you understand where you cursed yourself? You brought shame upon yourself. And you want white people to feel sorry for you. Whereas the name you're answering is exactly how they're treating you. They treat you like a nigger. And you're upset. And you're crying. And you're saying Black Lives Matter. Whereas there is a place. In fact, even two countries. One is nigger. The other one is nigger area. Does that make sense to you? And I keep asking you, does it mean that somebody from Obumoshi has a relationship with somebody from Niamey in Niger Republic? But it's not nigger. And the funniest and most awful part is that there are black people willing to die to defend an insultive name given to them by a white girl. That is, when you think about it, you become shocked to the bone marrow. You're telling me that people are prepared to go to war, to kill themselves, to arrest you, to detain you without trial, over a name given to them in 1897. By the way, mentioned in 1897 by a white girl. I said, I don't know the name of the people. I just saying, they look black and they're nigger. Just nigger. Now you understand it? And let me tell you, in fact, read the one on Wikipedia to understand. When I say, so as a Nigerian, you are already insulting yourself. Not Nnamdi Kanu is insulting you. You are an insult to yourself. I want to bury this whole Niger Delta rubbish. You are in a nigger area. And you are naming a part of the land of God Almighty in heaven. Nigger. I think you must be, I'm not insulting anybody, but I think they must be mad. Honestly. In the land of the Most High, do you know you are occupying the center of the earth? 0 latitude and 0 longitude. The very epicenter of humanity. And do you also know that the continent of Africa, every other continent have moved. Only Africa remains in one place. Are you aware of that? I'm sure some of you may have heard of tectonic plates, about, volcanic, or should I say, the happenings that goes on in the earth crust, expanding the continents. So you don't know that at the time that South America and Africa were together as one plate, and South America broke off. All of them have been drifting. That is why you have earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Don't you know that? Because the earth is like a plate, like a glass. It's sitting on a molten magma. So it's always moving and shifting. But only Africa has remained in one place. It has never moved. In one place it has never moved. And you that you represent light itself, a little white girl was sent by the Times newspaper of London, came to Africa, after traveling, he decided to write about niggers, and they gave it to you as a name, and you adopted it. You're a nigger. That is the highest insult in the world. And you're telling me, somebody is now telling me that I'm insulting them. When you are a bundle of insult to yourself, you are anything. I mean, you are insult. You are a nigger, Niger. Call it, slang it however you like. You are a nigger, and I'll tell you what it means, so that the enormity of your, should I say, ignorance, let me not say stupidity, can be driven home. Listen, according to Wikipedia. We asked about Niger, so Wikipedia knows that there is nothing called Niger, it is nigger. Forget all the semantics, it's nigger. We asked, according to Professor, he is emeritus actually, he sent me this very link, and I want to read it for you, what Niger means. Let me call it Niger, or Nigeria, what it means. In the English language, this is according to Wikipedia, the word Niger, or nigger, is an ethnic slur. Ethnic slur, which means it is used as insinuation or allegations about members of a given ethnicity, or to refer to them in a derogatory, pejorative, or otherwise insulting manner. Hey! So you say to my Nnamdi is insulting you, yes? You are insulting yourself, not me. Now listen again. What does the word nigger mean? It's an ethnic slur. It is a name used to refer to people in a derogatory manner, in an insulting manner, in a pejorative manner. So anytime you say I'm a Nigerian, you're saying to the world, I'm a monkey, I'm a baboon, I'm a fool, I'm an idiot, I'm a damn darkness. But that is your name. No wonder they don't, when I speak, no wonder they don't want Nigeria to break up. No wonder. No wonder. And I kept thinking to myself, why is it that God in heaven keeps saying to me that Biafra is the light of Africa? I never knew until yesterday that the reason why they always want you to maintain the name Nigeria is because you are darkness. Darkness is fighting light, which is Biafra. So the only thing a white man can do is to name the British, they saw the light of God in us. And how do you cover light? Not darkness, you cover everywhere. Subdue it. And that's what they did. So instead of them to say, oh, you are the children of light, you're doing very well, they said, no, we will now give you a very good name. Darkness. And once you accepted that name, that your name is darkness, darkness came into our essence, our being, and our spirit. That is why we are poor today. That is why there is nothing you can do in Nigeria and it will progress. It doesn't matter how many times you change government. It doesn't matter if anybody you bring, the issue will be the issue. Never ever change. Do you know why? Because of your name. I asked you before, will you name your child darkness? Will you name your child nigger? It's a simple question. If you cannot name your child nigger, why have you allowed a little white girl to call all of you nigger forever and ever? And you say you're proud of it. Now you understand, don't you? Now you understand, don't you? This is why you're being killed. Because of this name, because of this darkness. That is why things are happening in the zoo and nobody cares to know about it. And after tonight, are you still going to call yourself a Niger Delta? Or a Niger Deltan? Or a Nigerian? Or from Niger State? Niger State is Niger State. And you want something good to come out of it. Hey! It is actually Spanish for Negro, and the descendant of the Latin adjective Negro. That's what it is. Which means darkness, black, darkness, evil. It was used derogatorily, especially in the USA. It's a racist insult. A racist insult. That is your name as a people. And you're telling me that you're ever going to progress from it. I doubt that very much. That is why your name follows you everywhere you go to. Follows you all the time. Who can give a birth to a child and name the child absurdity? Can you do that? Can you name your daughter, your beautiful child, absurdity? But that's what you're answering as a Nigerian. A racist slur. You have no shame. I'm sorry, I said I'm not going to insult anyone today. When we say some of these things, now you can appreciate where we're coming from. Now you can. Please, what we are doing here is to free people from their mental slavery. Because we're not going to take people who cannot reason very well into Biafra land. We cannot take you. There's no need. We need people who can reason. And please try and put it up. Mental slavery is what we are trying to treat here. The white folks in the USA and before that Europe did not destroy the fabric of the black man with overwhelming force of brutality. Although we know we worked in the USA for 250 years without pay. We gave America 250 years of free labor. In fact, they even made gain. After working for them for free, they still sell us and make profit on top of it. Do you know how the white man achieved the subjugation of the black man? Because they succeeded in diverting our attention away from a thought process that will lead us to intelligence. Intelligence is the key. And what leads you to intelligence is the ability to reason. You must be able to reason properly. That is the pain I'm going through every day. How can black people reason? How can they reason beyond their useless, sentiments? How can you be less sentimental and more critical and discerning? Once we achieve that, we have unlocked the door. Everybody will be free. We are not an intelligent people. Intelligent people will not call themselves nigger, an insultive word. You cannot do that to yourself and then expect something good to come out of it. Absolutely not. In 1884 to 1885, they held a conference in Berlin. Please post it, just the caption. The meeting that formalized colonization. And anybody who accepts colonization means you have no shame. And I love what the author of this piece did. He said, just like livestock. You know the way you have poultry? You sometimes you go to poultry, you divide the layers and what they call it. There is the layers and the hey, get me handle off. You have in the poultry you have layers and you have I don't know what the other one is called. Please. I know you have the way that you go into your poultry farm and you separate the ones that lay egg and the one you're going to sell for meat. That's how it is. That's what this author said. Just like livestock. In 1884 to 1885, Africans were shared among men who believed that the color of your skin determined who is a slave or a master. Nigger, 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 Nigerian, Nigeria, Nigeria, nigger, nigger, nigger Delta, Niger Delta, nigger state, Niger state, nigger river. Do you understand? The author said, just like livestock, they just went into the poultry and said, hey, come, also from Bismarck, Germany, take 4 chickens there from please. Who has come? Come and take 4 goats, come and take them. It's now yours. That was how Congo became the personal property of King Leopold, the most evil man in modern history. Now do you understand it? That's how Britain received their own share of the poultry, which is Nigeria. And people are fighting every day and dying every day to preserve something that was created to dehumanize you. That is the brain of the African man I want to get into. If we can understand this, all of us are free. We must proceed. There is a question I've been asking myself over and over again. Why is it that a black man is prepared to kill for and be killed for something a white man created to enslave him? Can somebody answer that question, please? We must defend Nigeria. Nigeria is the one Nigeria. And I kept wondering, why is it that meeting after meeting, diplomatic meeting after diplomatic, I heard the same thing. But don't you think you can do something and leave Nigeria as one? I don't know. It was when they were trying to shield us away from the truth. That is why when they mention Biafra at the UN, they all get up and they run away. They know we represent the light. And the name Nigeria is darkness. They want darkness to cover Africa because Nigeria is the most populous nation in the whole world. The ones you hold Nigeria down with this idiocy, you have held every black man down. We cracked it. Now do you see why we are set for Biafra? Not from a human standpoint. We go into the spirit and see things that mere mortals cannot see. Do you see why they beg you Nigeria should be one? One Nigeria. What can you do to keep Nigeria one? Why don't you answer Biafra inside Nigeria? Because there is need for that darkness to continue. Because your name is darkness. Your name is evil. Your name means you can never be enlightened. Your name abhors light. And as you have seen from our lectures on Sunday, even Quran says God is light. The Torah says God is light. The Christian New Testament says God is light. And somebody named you darkness. Is there anywhere in Spain they call Netherlands? No. Now you understand, don't you? This is the game they're playing. And then leave it as one Nigeria. Anybody that tells you leave it as one Nigeria, you know that person, even in the spiritual realm, has been initiated to fight light. They are the children of Satan. That is why Obasanjo will always defend. Because Obasanjo is the agent. I know him very well. He thinks I don't know, but I know him well. He's the agent. They want one Nigeria because they represent darkness. Darkness. How can you tell me that you went to school and you want to name your child darkness? Nigger, a racist slow word. Something that is used to demean you. That is what you're answering with green, white, green flag. And the 200 million people under eternal damnation and subjugation without knowing it. And you claim you have universities. Ordinary Google don't get it. Ordinary Google, go and Google your name. And let the shame overcome you. Go and read the one from Wikipedia. Let your shame overwhelm you. How else do you want me to teach this? How else do you want me to teach this so you understand? So that the brain of a black man can open. How else do you want me to teach it? Your name is darkness. A little white girl came out of, should I say, her racist convictions, named you Nigeria. Niggers, and you accepted. And if they call you a nigger anywhere else outside Nigeria, you start complaining that you're a nigger. Stop saying, I'm a Nigerian. Hey, you're a nigger. It's better now. That's your name. I want to sound like one of these useless American rap artists. I don't like rap music. Some of them I don't like. It's a very useless genre. Doesn't add anything to your life. We must continue. Why must you defend something a white man created to enslave you? Some people say I don't have respect nor regard for black people that I keep promoting white supremacy. No, I'm only highlighting your stupidity, not promoting white. Your name is nigger. How am I insulting you then? Is that not your name? That's a Nigerian. Are you not nigger? Is that not the meaning? The literal meaning of your name is nigger. How am I insulting you? You insult yourself, you say we're insulting you. Nigeria was created, or Nigeria was created as part of the process of partition of Africa by Europeans for their own economic gains. Nigeria was not created because they love you. And it was created as an economic, as a company. All of you that claim you want to maintain one Nigeria, you're maintaining a British company. Not a nation, not a country. You can lie to yourself because of the oil and gas coming from Biafra land. You can lie as much as you want. Your name is nigger. You were created to serve the British, and you will serve them every blessed year of your life. All of you are slaves. It is here. Is anybody saying that colonialism was a good thing? Is that what you're saying? You know, people say, oh, we must end colonialism, it's not good. You acknowledge that colonialism is not a good thing. But you're keeping all the vestiges of colonialism. You went to war because of it. something a white man created, you are prepared to kill 5 million people because those people said, we don't want this British company called Nigeria. Fellow black Africans went to war, killed their fellow Africans in order to preserve something that a little white girl created. Is there any idiocy higher than that one? I don't know. They are DCG black people. What was the outcome of colonialism, if not the creation of contractions like Nigeria? Now, if you say that colonialism is bad, and Nigeria, you acknowledge that Nigeria is a product of colonialism, it therefore means that Nigeria is a bad product. I don't know if you follow what I'm saying. If the colonialism that gave birth to Nigeria is bad, it therefore means that that very product is flawed. If it's not bad, why did you campaign against colonialism? Why, I ask you? Somebody said, of course, Ibanusi I'm not insulting anybody. I promise I'm not. I won't insult anybody today. I'm not. I just want to lecture, as heaven has directed me to. I want to lecture. Okay, I'm not insulting anyone, please. I'm not. It's simple common sense. Nigeria, Nigeria is a product of a flawed exploitative process. Therefore, Nigeria is bound to be exploitative and bad. Evil will always beget evil. That's what it is. Colonialism was bad. The product of colonialism are all these flag independent states in Africa, of which the most prominent is the zoo called Nigeria, Niger area. It means it is also bad. Some people have said, oh, you must focus on delivering the people from the zoo first before educating them. I totally disagree. I comprehensively disagree wholeheartedly, because the mindset we use to enter into our new nation, Biafra, is going to be the sum total of what we are likely to become from there on in. Any region in the zoo, Nigeria, you see why I call it the zoo, Niger area. Any people in the Niger area that fails to reorientate their people will end up being another Nigeria, only worse this time. If we go into Biafra with the mentality of Nigeria, we are finished. The time now is 4 minutes past 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. That's how you know we are live and direct. Any other time, it will be different. Then you know it is, recorded, broadcast, the one they do with whoever is wearing the mask in Asarok, recorded broadcast. You have a president who is alive, but cannot do a live program. Only in the zoo, only in Nigeria. And anyway, I said I won't insult anyone. Let's proceed. That is why I say that the lectures we give you on Radio Biafra, they are priceless. You can't buy them anywhere. If I start to charge for it, I don't think anybody can afford to pay me what it's worth. So that we can enter into Biafra with a clear mind, a brain that can think and discern. We are preparing our reasoning faculties for Biafra. Africans, we are taught to fight colonialism, but not to adequately identify and resist neo-colonialism. Azikiwe, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, they may have fought, so they claim, but of course we know it was America after the Second World War that told Europe to get away from Africa. It's not what you did in Africa that stopped them. It was America saying, enough of this rubbish, get away from Africa, and they all ran away. As it happened with the Suez Canal and Eden. If you don't know, let me tell you. If there was a time that Britain, after colonialism, ran back to Suez Canal to go and take it in Egypt. And the American president, I think it was Truman, is it Roosevelt or Truman? I can't remember. Either Roosevelt or Truman. said to Eden, the British Prime Minister, to come and get away from Suez Canal. One phone call, and the British withdrew and gave Gamal Abdel Nasser Suez Canal. And Egypt has it today. Remember Suez Canal? Do you know the Suez Canal? S-U-E-Z. S-U-E-Z. The Suez Canal that cuts down the journey. Because before, every ship from Europe traveling to India or traveling to the Gulf of Aden will have to pass through the Cape of Good Hope, go around Africa, and then go up again through the Indian Ocean into the Arabian Gulf. But the Suez Canal made it possible. They control it, they open it, and the ships can pass, and they charge for it. Britain wanted to go back and take it in the early 60s. Britain stormed it with paratroopers to take over Suez Canal from the then Egyptian leader Gamal Abdel Nasser, who was assassinated by the Israelis. He took it. Do you know why he took it? One phone call from the US president to Prime Minister Eden told him to come on, get away, that the era of colonialism is gone. Get away from Africa. Britain came back in disgrace. Go and ask or consult your history books. They know we know anyway. We must proceed. And today, the reason why I want to play this very clip is to let the whole world know that everything I tell you is correct. You have all seen it. It went viral. You know about the soldier that he went and did a video. Whistleblowing is called, to expose what is happening in the army. I told you that Burata is nowhere to be found. You know, when I said this, he's a madman, don't trust him. Hey, look at what he said. Do you know that there was somebody who said that the reason why I'm against the pastors is because corrupt pastors, I must add, is because I wanted them to believe in my conspiracy theory that Asa Rock is empty. This is somebody who went to school. Now, you didn't believe me before. But this is somebody who is fighting for the zoo. As a soldier, of course, misguided. A black man. He's fighting for the zoo. Let us hear what he has to say about your beloved one Nigeria. Anything I tell you, anybody who doubts anything I say, you know that person is an agent of Lucifer. I cannot mislead our people. The God that sent me to preach this gospel won't even allow me to. That is what I tell is correct. This is another should I say, vindication of what I've been telling you about this. This is an army that wants to fight us. I know it's Britain that will fight for them, not them. Fulani on the earth cannot win any war. They always depend on other. Now that the Chad said they won't help them again, Cameroon said they are not helping you again, and Niger Republic. Have you seen that Nigerian army is all over the place? They cannot win a war. But if you see them, if you hear them making noise, you wonder. The Biafran War was won and lost. It was a war between British colonialism and Biafra, that's all. Nothing to do with the Zuami or Batanjong rubbish. Nonsense. On top of that, they blockaded us air, land, and sea. No weaponry, no food, no nothing. We held out against Russia, Egypt, Britain for 3 years. This army cannot fight, and before heaven and Nigerian army, they are useless. They cannot fight. They can never fight. Let them not provoke us. Of course, this is 2020 now. We don't have fight. Let us hear him, what he has to say. Listen. Listen,
I'm reading this is because
listen
of the commander I'm under, which is the Chief of Army Staff.
Chief of Army Staff, yes.
Lieutenant General Tukulusuf Buratai.
Yes, Buratai.
As I'm making this video, I want to let you know that I'm highly disappointed in your command.
Yes, Buratai is
call yourself a coward.
He's a coward.
A traitor and a betrayer to the Nigeria as a whole.
Are you listening?
I don't care what you do. You may treat you as God. You may try to kill me. You may try to do this. But I'm not in that business with you. Because you are no more loyal. You cannot earn my loyalty with what you are doing. You cannot earn my loyalty.
He's an army officer.
The CDS, Chief of Defense Staff. I am highly disappointed in you.
Chief of Defense Staff is highly disappointed.
Disappointed to you in the sense that you are the Chief of Defense Staff. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force are under you.
Under him, yes.
You are the piloter of this to bring out the structure of the military. You are field. To the extent you are even collecting command from COAS.
Are you listening? Do you people now listen? Do you now listen to me at all? What if some of you have seen this video, you didn't analyze it very well, or you didn't actually understand what he's talking about? He is saying, now let me I just want to go, I don't want to go too far, I want to do everything out in the open. I want to say, who is the, I'm just Googling it please, who is the Chief of Defense Staff in Nigeria? The Chief of Defense Staff in Nigeria. And then I'll explain to you what is going on properly. He's a Yoruba man. And now his name is General Abayomi Gabriel Olonisaki, Yoruba man, taking orders from a Fulani man that should be taking orders from him. He is the chief of the. So I said, you know some people, they go to they see this video, some of these things, they don't read. People don't read meaning into it. Listen, they don't read meaning into it.
After this video,
let's go back a little bit.
Loyalty.
Listen.
I know after this video, you may come.
No. I want to go back a little bit.
The military. It says that you are the Chief of Defense Staff.
Chief of Defense Staff.
The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they are.
Olonisaki is Chief of Defense Staff, so he's in charge of Army, in charge of Navy, in charge of Air Force. That is the meaning of Chief of Defense Staff. All the other service chiefs report to him. Now listen. This is when I said it, they say you hate Yoruba. I don't hate Yoruba, but Yoruba, your cowardice is what is affecting my soul. It's affecting my brain. Yoruba, you do this time and time again. You are higher than somebody who is a Janjaweed. Why must you? If I say this, they say it's propaganda. No, they can't with his propaganda. This is from an army officer. They've arrested him today. He's an army officer. He is saying it. What this man is telling you is that the Yoruba officers serving in the army, that they are cowards. That's what he's telling you. That's what he's telling you. That's what he's saying. Not me. If not, why would somebody who is the chief of defense, entire defense structure, General Abayomi Gabriel Olonisaki, why would you report to Buratai who should be reporting to you? Hey! Do you see why we need these lectures? Do you see why it is important? Because in Biafra land it will never be like this. You must obey the general. You see what Fulanis have done to people. Everything is upside down. Constitution upside down. The legal system upside down. Everything is upside down. Including the reporting, the chain of command in the army, or should I say the defense sector, that should be sacrosanct. Because that is why they don't want to put a Biafran there. They know the Biafran will say no, report to me. They put the Yoruba man. Oh yes, member. And when I say it, the Yorubas will get upset. Don't be upset. I'm telling you, you people need to change. That is what he's saying. Let's listen to him again, please. This soldier. Listen.
You are the piloter of this to bring out the structure of the military. You are field. To the extent you are even collecting command from COAS.
You know which COAS? Chief of Army Staff. This young man is saying that Abayomi Gabriel Olonisaki, you have failed. Now, these are the people you expect to defend you against Boko Haram, against ISIS in West Africa, against Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, against Ansuri, against Inyes Yala. Do you see that the Yorubas in Nigerian army, that they're a waste of space? They just have rank for nothing. Waste of space. Somebody that Buratai, when he was alive, should be reporting to. Is the one reporting to Buratai? Can you believe something? No wonder they are arming all the bandits, and he cannot say anything. This is from a Nigerian soldier. Now you understand why we say the things we say and why we say them the way we say them. Do you now understand it? When I say, they say you are an ethnic bigot. Yoruba should stop being cowardly. There are brave men there. Fajiri was a Yoruba man, stood beside Ironsi, and fought. There are some Yoruba men that fought in the Biafran army. So I know there are brave, mostly from Ekiti. There are brave. Where are you people? Why do you allow people like this man, or Lonnie Casting or whatever it's called, to bring dishonor to you people? Why? Reporting to somebody who should, he's a general. This one is a lieutenant general. A general is higher than a lieutenant general, isn't it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey! Yoruba, why are you like this? Why can't people be brave for once? Be brave. Call a spade a spade. Be brave. Be brave. Hey! Is it that people are afraid of the Fulani? What is it? Is it only? I thought it's only what I said people lost. What type of damage did the Fulani do to people that you are afraid? Even a friend that you are higher than in rank, you are terrified of him. Why? Yoruba, why? No wonder when the chief of defense staff is a Yoruba man, he's scared, he cannot do anything, and chief of army staff is dead. He died, he contracted corona or he's dead. That is why today 240 persons were killed. Sorry, within 6 days. 240 persons killed by Boko Haram bandits within 6 days in northern Nigeria, according to a group. Abdul Aziz Suleiman. I don't know what is CNG? What is the name of CNG? Coalition of Northern Groups. In a statement today said Nigerians have steadily lost confidence in the ability of the authorities to reverse the uncertainties arising from the cyclical violence which has continued to ravage the country. Who are carrying out the violence? Janjaweed. Who is in charge of the army? Janjaweed. Air Force. In fact, the Yorubas they have are just OES member. They report to their juniors. And you think this army can win any war? Oh dear. We're only a few months away. We shall see. Have you seen your Zoom? 240 people dead, slaughtered. People are dying every place. Let me tell you the problem I have with a Nigerian, a Nigerian, so to speak. A Nigerian cannot reason. Your average Nigerian cannot reason. People from this darkness, they cannot see. They are not enlightened. They are not. There is every sign that things are not okay. You don't have a head of state, you don't have a president, you don't have any vice. There is no chief of army staff. Who is the main man? The chief of defense staff is afraid. What sort of country is that? Are you people all blind? You cannot see? Or you cannot reason? How can you have a president and such rubbish is happening? How can you have a president that demolishing your embassy in Ghana? You have a president and they're kicking you out in Congo. What sort of people are you? Why can't you reason, for goodness sake? Why? Because you're afraid. That's Nnamdi, Kanu. If he gets his Biafra, we won't get oil and gas. So all the Yoruba billionaires will go bankrupt overnight because they depend on oil, isn't it? And gas to make their billions. That's what they say. We support Niger Delta. Don't go to Niger Delta. They think they're that. We know their game. As if you love the so-called Niger Delta. Do you? Do you? Oh no, so Alakija and the Federal and Tinubu with their oil companies, they can be allocating, sharing all the money, oil blocks, everything. You think we are stupid? We don't know? So you love Niger Delta and the headquarters of every petroleum company is in Lagos. Every personnel that they bring in, even at the so-called Petroleum Institute, is only other people who are there, no Biafrans are there.